All right. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Okay. So here we go into chapter 5. I'd like to welcome all of you back. If you have found this teaching, if you have asked about it, if you have sought it, you may find that it is just being posted. No premiere, no nothing, no promotion, no nothing. That's because my father said hide it. Okay? He said,
Yes, sir.
read my book, from my book, write the book that is hidden within it, and hide it and keep it with you. So that's what I did. Of course, you didn't get to those instructions yet, but we'll see if we'll get there, in the coming days. All right. So in recapping it, now we've read the first 4 chapters, and Solomon has now pointed out or enlightened your eyes to the way of righteousness. Okay? It's follow the chain of command, come to learn, and whatever the instructions are, do them to gain understanding and to gain wisdom. Don't use the sayings that you grew up with coming out. Don't. It says, learn these sayings, and you will gain back the ability to speak with wisdom. And don't just learn these sayings, actively do them. Use them for everything. You're watching the movie, use these sayings of Solomon's about what you're watching. You're watching YouTube. Use the sayings of Solomon to define what you're watching. This will untwist your speech so that it's straightforward. Everybody got it?
Yes, sir.
So that is just getting your foot to go in the path. You're going to have to make a move now, right? The giving, the getting out of the countries where you are, the sending money to prepare, because we have to buy land before you get here, all right? Because I've come to find out, people get on the airplane and then all of a sudden they find out the price of stuff over here, and then they don't have enough to survive and give, right? All the Israelites over here is waiting for me to buy the land so that they can transfer out of, because they renting, right? Now, when they get on it, they got to know this is the house of David and we're going to follow my rules, right? And my rule is to follow Solomon's rules. And if they don't accept the teaching, and if they don't accept the rules, they're going to get expelled out of the house because they failed in school. I mean, there's no sense of huffing about it.
Simple.
Right? Every parent wants their child to do well in school that it may be well with them. Right? It is the training of the school which facilitates the supermarket, which facilitates the financial flow of having currency coming in, which facilitates the farm. The farm facilitates the supermarket, which facilitates the housing, the soap, the other productive and productions like making the lanolin, making the soaps, making the lotions, making the hair creams, making and pressing the olive oil, making the fruit juices, making the health drinks, right? To produce health for a large number of people, we're going to need large commercial production grade material. We have to pay for that. We're not going to be able to build the machinery, right? Ironworking is so far down the road. We start with food, so we have to buy and be able to facilitate these productions from what we have. Okay? Yes, we're going to get some hand use in case electricity gets diminished, right? We'll get some hand stuff, but while we have electricity to get ahead, we're going to use all we got, right?
Yeah.
We're going to do all the production we can because we're not producing for ourselves. There are 0 individuals in the tribe, okay? And let's face the facts. All of us are horrible individuals,
Yes.
right? Now, this is a saying we use in the military, right? You are a horrible individual. It means, so that you understand the wisdom behind the saying, it literally means you are horrible at being an island, at being an individual. You're doing it your way, all alone, by yourself, and trying to conquer the world, and you're failing miserably. You are a horrible individual. Okay? There are 0 individuals in a tribal family. 0. Everyone does what they need for the benefit of the tribe and themselves. Right? You have land, it's your tribal land. It's for the tribe's benefit. You're going to have to work that land for the tribe's benefit. And you benefit from your work, and so does the tribe. Okay? It ain't all about you, Otis. Right? For 8 years, it has caused me to change my person. I have to do what I have to do for the benefit of another. I have to change me for the benefit of another. Okay? Changing me, this benefits my wife, my sister, and my brothers. Okay? And not just like them immediately, all those who by extension become my brothers and my sisters to walk in this way. So this is my introduction today, okay? This is not a rant or a tirade. Hear me and hear me well, okay? Because when you come, there's a continuation. All those who do not become similar to me, right? Understanding, hey man, it ain't just about one or the other. It's for the benefit of the whole. He has to make decisions for the benefit of the whole. If you keep this law and walk under my rule, it will make you beautiful. I, at that time, am appointed to beautify you as a nation.
Yes.
Shipping ports, all kinds of productions and materials and factories, and I mean industries
Yeah.
to make you wealthy. Okay? Wealth and power are not connected. Power is based on knowledge with intelligence, understanding, and wisdom, having the application and then applying it. It is worth more than wealth. With wisdom, you will get wealth. And I'm telling you the wisdom now. You have to stop loving the nations you're in, the countries you're in. You have to come and we have to build ours back from the dirt in repentance. We have to put back every stone that was torn down in repentance. And when that is finished, then the Most High will accept our repentance because Jerusalem will be exactly as it was. So if Jerusalem was torn down in the Iron Age, right? Meaning they stone buildings and palaces and people riding on horses and camels and all of that. You have to desire that lifestyle from that time period. Period. Forget cars, forget trucks. These things are all going to go away. We're only going to have them until the gas gets cut off, which it will. Okay, they're going to blow it up. I promise you, nobody going to let nobody have no gas. Right? I promise. So these things are only temporary anyway. So if this is what they had then, we're going back to that before we can go forward and reestablish new technologies. Not that technology won't come. The Most High is not holding us out, but you have to desire the ancient and traditional things above all else. Right? You lost your ancient traditions and customs. We have to put those back. So that's the recap, right? Putting all of these things back, having the judgment, the mentality, the drive to walk in order. This is the way of uprightness, right? There's a way to walk in judgment, in justice, right? Justice and judgment go together. Okay? There's a way to walk in righteousness, which is governing the things you do before you govern what the person next to you is doing. Okay? It's about the grace. What is grace again?
Refinement.
The refining of your self, your actions, the refining of your actions. So you have to refine your actions. I have to refine mine. So I've gone through an 8-year process of refinement and I'm still being refined. The things I'm learning and doing today is not the stuff I did the last 7-8 years. When I wrote this book, like 2-3 days ago, right?
Yeah.
All right. I worked on this book a few days to finish it and get it to where it needed to stop for 2 days before I came out and did this class.
Sure did.
All right. Where the instructions of the writing of the book stopped, I stopped. Okay? So this is not something that I had in my back pocket for the last 5, 6, 7 years. I had to work up to this point, and now there's a new instruction. Get this instruction and walk in this. Okay, yes, sir. I understand, sir. I'm walking in it. And the benefit is for the nation to begin to change its mindset, to change its understanding. Now, you're not going to change the person next to you. Who's got to change you? Yes. Who's got to change you?
Me.
All right. So for each me that says, forget everybody else, I'm going to walk in this teaching and I'm going to do what the brother says and I'm going to follow his orders and instruction. For each of them, they will make up the kingdom. And they will be, as promised, exalted, elevated, put over peoples in leaderships, rulerships, to be judges, to be teachers, to be guides, as promised. Because you'll be in the land being the people of the book instead of making claims. Right? Because if you were with us in the law said, when you do this law, when you hear it and you do it, I will justify you. I will lend you the credibility. Right?
Yes, it does.
You don't get credibility till you get in the land. Hear me. Under my rule, and you're actually doing it according to the customs and the traditions. And my instruction, which is different from your instruction, right? Your instruction is attached to me. My instruction is to attach to the other righteous families and to work with them, to live in peace with them. Right?
Yes.
It says this and this will be together and they will work in this.
Sure does.
It tells you the families.
Yeah.
Now, you didn't read the instructions that deep, I know, because you were too busy trying to figure out what it was saying when it was actually saying exactly what it meant. Right? So nobody pretend to be smart. Right? That's where we go wrong as the people in the nation. We pretend to be smart. Now, we don't need to pretend to be smart. What we need to do is admit we don't know, then pick up the learning process. Your learning process will be expedited.
Yes.
You say what? My learning process was 50% walking and 50% learning, right? 50-50. All right. And I had to walk first and learn in the walking. So I was learning as I go. You are receiving something else. The Most High is exhibiting mercy. You're getting the understanding as you go, before you go. So all you have to do is walk in it. And the Most High is extending to you the cleansing and the righteousness up front. You understand?
Yes, sir.
So it took Moses, okay? It took Moses 7 years, 7 years to bring the children of Israel out. He spent 6 of them on Mount Sinai, right? Then he goes back to Egypt, has to get reestablished in the 7th year. Then they come out after the 7th year is over in the 1st year, and they spend 2 years at Mount Sinai. Well, what were they doing? Receiving the instructions, getting into the covenant, getting the understanding, making the things, giving, and everything else. The pattern is the same. Except for this time, instead of you coming out in large numbers to make the golden calf, you're just receiving the understanding so that you can actually build the sanctuary, and we can now work our way up to getting the tabernacle back. Right? So the righteous now get to just come in alone, minus the wicked generation, right? We're talking about coming into the land. You're talking about coming into Jordan, and we have to cross Jordan. Right? You have to cross Jordan, right? Oh, cross that river, Jordan. Right? Here we are. We're getting ready to cross it. We're going to cross it. Okay? But we're not going to cross it with the wicked. The wicked and the unfaithful not getting in. They're going to get weeded out. How do they get weeded out? They don't listen. I'm giving you have the explanation. You'll be brought in, you'll have understanding, especially you, the first ones that's coming in now, because when they see the destruction that I'm telling you is coming, right? The war that you know is inevitable, okay? When the destruction comes, everybody wants to call. My phone will ring, my social media will go viral, and everybody will say, this was the guy who knew. He said it would happen in this time, and it did. This guy said this and this and this, and it did. And they'll start to pick up. And my phone ring. Then it hit this brother up. Maybe they have their city together. Maybe we can go live with them and get refuge and eat with them, and we'll learn from them and we'll serve his God. He was telling the truth. The Most High is with him. right? By that time, you, the first ones, have to be ready. And that time we'll be grooming up the second wave, the second group of those that will be coming in. So we're preparing for each wave, each group at each stage to grow from one small house to a city to a nation. It begins here. I'm sorry, there's no white horse and I'm flying through the air and any of that. Right? Okay? All of this stuff that people are imagining, they don't understand the wisdom or the saying behind it. Right? They read Proverbs like it's just advice. This not advice like your little chit chat talk show or your gossip column. This is actual instruction. So that's my tirade. All right. That's my giving you some full flushed out understanding before we go into chapter 5. Okay. And that's the recap of the last 4 chapters flushed out. Now the books are downloadable in the description box below, right? Both Proverbs and the Seal of Solomon book, which I revealed from Proverbs. And we're reading them alongside each other so you can download it and you can follow along. All right? Who reading first today?
I'll start off first today, sir. Chapter 5. My son.
Okay, who's it talking to in context?
You.
See? It's talking to me, my son. I'm the blood descendant of Solomon from Rehoboam. Birthright is with me.
Hearken to my wisdom.
Hear and do. You see that? Hearken is not just, I heard you. Heard, no. Hear and do.
To my wisdom. To my understanding. Incline your ear.
So, hear and do. Wisdom, he's going to tell me what to do and how. Hear it and do it. And to the understanding, the explanation, the writings, listen to them carefully. Oh, you know what? I'm getting ahead of myself. Go ahead.
That you may take care.
See? Hear them carefully. Take care about this. Right? The word take care, we use this word dirbalak in the language. Take care about this. Be careful. Okay? Right? Dirbalak. Take care. This is important. This is very dangerous. We know you have to do it. Do it with care. Right? Continue. So that you may take care
Of sense.
of sense. Meaning, I don't have good sense. His is better. It is superior than to how I currently feel presently at the moment. Continue.
And your lips guard knowledge.
And your lips keep, protect knowledge. Shut up. Right?
Yes.
That's a very nice way of saying, be quiet. If they don't ask for it, if they don't look for it, don't give it away freely. Now, I failed at this a whole bunch of times, right? There's a whole YouTube of my failings about garden knowledge. But that was also with instruction. Whatever I revealed, I was told to reveal it to you and to show me and prove to me that you wouldn't listen. See how that works? So I was obedient in revealing it, right? And now I'm obedient in knowing that you don't listen to words, you don't listen to videos, you're not even diligently seeking until you come to this and actually hear and do now. And now I'm told, be quiet until they ask. We'll be back right after this. All right, we're back. So let your lips guard knowledge. Shut up. Those who seek, give it. That's it. So this class is for those who have sought the law to study, to learn, to know, and now they're receiving the instruction. And the others who have sought this out or requested it of their own seeking, right? This wisdom is for those who seek it, but they must hear and do with diligence, diligently. Continue.
For the lips of the alien woman drip with honey, and her palate is smoother than oil.
Okay. Look out for this snare. This is a problem. Foreign women, alien women, right? These not purple or they're not from outer space. These is just all the women of all the other nations. They know how to treat their man. They know what to say to get one. Don't fall for this. All right?
I won't fall for this. Okay.
Okay? So, which means that Solomon already knows there's a problem with the daughters of Zion. They're lost, they're broken, they're disconnected, they're ignorant, they are unlearned, they are simple, they don't know how to talk to a man anymore. They have lost this,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
They don't know how to keep their families together. The families are broken, dysfunctional, and toxic. And now all the foreign women look wonderfully and beautifully attractive, but they only lead you to death. Okay, maybe I'm being a bit harsh. Let's see what Solomon has to say.
But her end is bitter like wormwood, sharper than a two-edged sword. Her feet descend to death.
Ta-da!
There it is.
So the white woman, the woman not of your people, not of your tribe, descend to death. The exotic woman, the Asian woman, it doesn't matter. Her feet descend to death. Why? She's trying to lead you away from redemption. Right? There is a promised redemption for the daughters of Zion. Okay? It's a process. It's probably going to be difficult for most of them, and they're probably not going to like it, but there is a promised redemption for them. End the story.
Yeah.
There's a promised redemption for the sons of Jacob. It's going to be difficult. There's going to be a culture shock. They're probably not going to like it, but they're going to make it through. And they're going to make it through together and as family, married, okay, with children, okay? We're going to have multiple wives, but we're not going to just have multiple wives just because this guy is cute and he's so fine the women can't keep their hands off him, right? Or because he's a famous or because he's a rich. We're going to establish working, functional family and community development. Everybody's going to be in support. That's what you're going to learn. Support. Okay? So you're going to have to, chapter 5, right? You're relearning how to talk.
Yes.
And when to be silent. Do not listen to foreign women. Not walking in this teaching and or not walking in your father's house, she only leads you to death. See? Chapter 5.
Yes, sir.
Keep foreign women away from you. Do not entertain or marry or have sex with strange women. Do not be in their company. They lead you into captivity, and you will lose all your possessions and everything you worked for. Live in your forefathers' land. See how simple that is?
Yes.
Right?
Simple.
So going to Paris is not good. I have a wonderful, she's one of the tribes, but she's a French. Yeah, she's walking in the way of the giants. That's a strange woman. Please stay away from her. Get with somebody in the land. That means come out and get in the land. Okay? Anybody talking about coming out, they need to be coming here because ain't nobody else got nothing. Ain't got nothing going. Right? Don't come out here and hope for a job. Come out here and be part of the community. You have a job. You see what I'm saying? You don't have to hope for a job when you buy your own county. We own the county. We work here. You're not worried about rent and other things. We're living as a kingdom. You are under the king's dominion. So you have to live on your forefathers' land. Continue reading.
Okay. Her steps reach to Sheol.
Her steps go right to the grave.
Wow.
So you get with a white woman, her steps take you to the grave. You get with that Puerto Rican and Hispanic woman, her steps go right to the grave. You get with that Indian woman, her steps go right to the grave. You get with the woman that believes, oh, I'm Jamaican, oh, I'm a this, oh, I'm a that, their steps go right to the grave. Do you not understand, like the Most High says, the islands are going to wait? Why? Because they have full capacity and resources to do what the Most High said and begin the redemption or support the redemption, and they don't. They have not. There are people, I'm not saying they not. They got there on the slave ship, same way we did. They was on the same boats. They got off the boat a little early. Okay? But they have not and will not. Why? So they're going to wait. So I'm Jamaican. All right, Jamaican. You're going to be Jawaitan. So you're going to see others get redemption. And you're not going to get it until the appointed time. Then, after you've gone through all the suffering and the struggling and seeing the others who were in a worse situation get redeemed, oh, you get your stuff together then. I'm telling you what this saying in Proverbs, but I'm also incorporating the oneness between what Isaiah and Jeremiah and Ezekiel are talking about, what Amos is talking about, right? It's Isaiah that says, islands await for my memory, and in the strength of my mighty arm, they will hope.
Yes.
You see?
Yes, it does.
They're going to wait. But you who are watching this right now, you have the opportunity to be those who return like doves, right? Return like homing pigeons to their windows. You get to fly directly back and get in the flock.
Yeah.
You get to fly back, right?
Right.
Because the reason why we're buying the land is because we're sovereign. We're not coming here asking the government for a handout or renting or loan. No. I have a birthright. I'm buying it full out. That's my sister. She's seen the paperwork. She saw for my teacher everything. I got surety. I got guarantee. I got everything. I have cover, and I have to be with my teacher. It's the only way. Right? My teacher, Bedouin, he's indigenous to the land. I'm Bedouin because of my birthright, indigenous to the land. You, under me as my people, as I am the Sheikh, Bedouin people. That we all get registered and censored up together. There is a count, numbers. If you with me in the book of Numbers,
Yeah.
you know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
We have to take a census
That's
of
right.
who's who, what's what, who's married, and the children.
Yes.
We don't have to give an accurate count, but we need an estimate and we need some identification for, especially at least the men.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
This is when you buy land and I put, this is my people on my land. That's what it is until we buy the next piece. And I said, this is my people on my land. Okay?
As I'm sitting here, I listen to you all the time. It's so perplexing that our people did not hesitate to join leaders who encouraged them to vote,
Don't vote.
encouraged them to want to ride on the bus in the front. All these things, even died for these handouts from that system. And now we're here in an hour and of a time where a leader has been raised up to build, to restore, to renew, to redeem, and turn a deaf ear, but will continue to worship those who died, who sold them out.
Listen,
That's some perplexity right there.
listen. All black people everywhere. Because that's what you
Yeah.
want to identify as, right? You want to identify as black. So all black people everywhere are fighting for equality, right? You want equal rights and privileges like the people of the countries where you're in, and you're fighting for acceptance and you're fighting for justice. Okay? Let me show you what equality is, right? So I buy this land that is placed underneath my dominion, and you have this law, you have your justice, and you have equality. You are equal like any other sovereign people or group in this land, in this country. You own this land forever, and you live here, and you can grow and populate and conduct business. Just pay for it and do what you wish as an indigenous of the land. Done.
Yeah.
Right? Your own legal system, your own laws, you deal with your people. Your people, not my problem. They cannot come to us for assistance against you, and we will not come to assist you against them. This you responsibility, this you organization.
Yes.
Right? That's a kingdom. That's equality. Right? So now it can be small and it can grow. It doesn't matter, but this solves your problem. But you don't like the solution. Right? Because it's not what you imagine. You want Spider Superman to come. right?
Pretty much.
He can reach out to all of the countries. He's kidnapping everybody. He's slinging webs. He's riding on horses. He's smacking people in the head with his sword, and they're turning into mutants, and they growing green, and they jumping from city to city, and they fighting, and they get to beat the white man up and punish him because he did this evil to them. That's not what's written. That's not what's going to happen. So continue reading.
In the way of life, she does not tread.
So this foreign woman will not lead you to life. So if you have a mixed marriage, if you have a wife who's mixed, right? Right? When I say mixed, okay, I'm not talking about this a wannabe mixed. You know what I'm saying? There's a wannabe mix. You know, black folk. Oh, I got Indian in my family. Not that. We're not talking. I'm talking about real, authentic mixed.
Yeah.
Okay. My mama white, and you can see it. My daddy black. All right. You're gonna have to like pause on that one. She have to come in and proselyte herself and prove that this is what she really wants before you can do anything. And especially if the daddy was white, you could just forget about it. So we talking about these strange and foreign women, the Asian women, and when I say Asia, I mean all Asia. Okay? When all these outsider races of peoples and nations, all of them, it says none of them lead to light. And that's especially for the sons of Israel. So you know these camps, how they get these white women and they start marrying them up, right? Mm-hmm. Nope, that's why they can't come to the land. The Most High don't want them. See? It's simple. So continue.
Her paths are unstable and she does not know it.
So her path is unstable. She don't know it. It's stable to her. It works fine for her. It's unstable for you.
Mm-hmm.
You ever go to the circus and see the people on the tightrope?
Yeah.
And they can walk across and flip across and roll around.
Yeah.
And you go try it. Right? And you better have either the rubber soft stuff on the bottom
or trampoline
or a net or some kind of safety because you gonna break your full neck. It is unstable for you.
Mm-mm.
So she's like, what are you talking about? We worship at this idol all the time and we always get money. Why you don't just do what we do? No. That's the point. Continue.
Mm.
Oh, it's getting, I can see the clouds now. It's getting ready to rain here. Here late in March has been, so the former rains have come. So we have to get this land because we have to catch the latter rains. Okay? In order for us to prosper on time, okay, we have to catch these latter rains. You hear me? I want you to hear me well. So let's get these funds together. Let's get these tickets. Okay, by now you should have your passports, you know what I'm saying? And you should be sending out for your visas to come back from the Jordanian embassy, pay the $160 per person to get your 5-year visas. I know some of y'all gonna do the 30. I can work that out. I just don't want to deal with too much of it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's easier to convert a 5-year visa than it is to convert a 30. Mm-hmm. One is a little more expensive to fix. It's just money, but I'm already asking you for money for the land, and that's the priority. The priority really is not fixing your visas. Continue.
Now, sons.
Now, son. So he stopped talking to me.
Yes.
So now I'm telling you, you ain't gonna see me with nothing but sisters. What? That's it. It's the end of my story. And for the rest of the princes, I'm enforcing it on them too. My law, your law. Oh, look. Oh, you came here with Becky and you gave her a Hebrew name. You want to call her Anava. Have a seat. You and Anava, have a seat.
Oh my goodness.
Right? Oh, you came here with Esmeralda. Oh, yeah. Pretty little Mexican. Yes, yes. And you call her Yapa because she's fiery, right? Oh,
Try to put a hijab on it.
have a seat. Have a seat. Have a seat. I'm telling you, I want to be straight. Have a seat. How come I keep getting looked over for the princehood? I'm working hard. Did you read the hidden seal of Solomon and the instruction for the sons, the princes? Right? That's sons in this case, right? It's Nashakim, the princes, sons. Nasik is prince. Nasikim is princes. Okay? You work really hard, huh? You didn't put away Anava.
Yeah.
You didn't put away Yapa. Well,
Oh my goodness.
well, I don't feel like I understand. Just, all right, you know what? You're doing real good with the sheet. Continue working on the sheet.
Quick question.
Yes.
Sisters that come of our bloodline, and they they believe in monogamy and only want monogamy. Would they be considered a strange?
It's a strange woman. Right? But what happens is they get caught later. They get caught in a different trap, a stumbling block that the Most High has set. Wow. See, all these rules, right? You have to change your mind to love what the rule says, but it's going to feel uncomfortable to you. Give me 1 second.
Wow.
Right? So you got to change your mind.
I got a question.
Yes.
So, because I am thinking of a sister, how does this work when you reverse the roles? She's an Israelite daughter, well, not Israelite, it's Aki daughter, and she has her white man, Bob.
Same thing.
Same thing. She going to receive what Bob get.
Back to his land.
All right.
Because that's what was written in the law with the Issachar daughter who married the Egyptian, and she wanted her son to inherit the land, and he had to go.
You, your husband, and your half-breed son,
Gotta go.
right? Because your son is half Israelite from you, but you don't have an inheritance as a woman.
That's right.
You get what your husband get. And Bob, right? Bob is from London.
No, but she changed his name, honey.
No, okay.
She changed it to Dawid.
Okay, Dawid. You still from London, Britannia. That's what we say in the language. You from Britannia.
You're right.
You're going back to Britannia with Bob when it's time for Bob to leave. In one of these years of remission, and definitely in the Jubilee. You're out of here. You and all your seed that come from you. Have a good time, Bob. You can go back to work in the field.
My goodness.
So again, there's a reason why Ezra had all the sons of Israel put away wives
Yep.
even the children of
Sure
the
did.
strange women, and they sent them away.
Sure did.
Okay?
Mm.
Now, I'm just telling you, you better get your act together before you come out here, because it ain't going to be peaches and cream. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. You're going to get this law straight up. Okay? This is why this message is hidden, because it's too hardcore for the general casual listener, right? But if you went through the law with me and you went through the first stage of judgment, all right, we can come on out now into the deep, okay? We can come on out now into deep, and you can see where the law came from, how the law is exercised, and why it is done this way. See, you take the baby steps.
Mm.
You see? So that's what it is with Bob or Esteban. Esteban, going back to wherever Esteban came from,
Or Pierre.
or Pierre. You're going right back. And you're going to see Bob, Esteban, and Pierre, they all end up in servitude,
Yep.
working for their state. That's it.
The 7th year.
It's the 7th year or the year, and then we give them what we're going to pay them, and they go to their country. And she going with them.
Mm-hmm. I can see them now. But I'm Israel.
Show is. You, and your husband, he's an Israelite.
Bye.
Right? Bye. He's an Israelite. He's going to take his land over here in his country and live in the Israelite way.
Yes.
He's part of the congregation of Israel. He proselyted. He did his 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
He proselyted.
Yeah. That's
Okay?
right.
All of you Israelites leaving, but he's not a king. He can't inherit the land.
Nope. You as a woman don't have an inheritance.
We'll be back right after this.
Oh my goodness. There come some instructions for me right here.
All right, so here we go. Continuing in the instructions. So now he said, sons, which includes the rest of you princes, the ones I'm getting ready to crown, who are going to obey this instruction and are going to get raised up in the land, in the customs, in the traditions, and in the law. Because the law is the guideline, right? It is the way of justice. Within justice, within the path of justice, inside of it, there is a path of righteousness.
Mm-hmm.
So you can be trying to be in the path of justice and not know that the path of righteousness is super narrow and it's a straight line, and you can go off into error.
Yeah.
Trying to be in justice, but not in righteousness.
Right. Yes. Many of us has made that. Yeah, we make that mistake. Yes.
Give me 1 second, everybody. Give me 1 second. All right. I'm back. Sorry for that. I want to keep my computer from shutting down because I like getting this class out. As soon as I'm done, I want to have it posted within the next few hours after it completes what it needs to do. So continue.
Okay. Keep far from her your path, and do not approach the door of her house.
Keep far from her. Don't go to her house. See, I just read this. Don't have dealings with her.
Mm-hmm.
Don't date her. Don't visit her at her house. I don't have nothing to do with no foreign woman.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're going to keep that in mind when you get here, because we're forbidden from even marrying the women that's here, right? The women of Aman.
That's right.
right?
Appointed time.
The women of Moab, we forbidden, prohibited from it.
Mm.
You see?
Yes.
So now if you prohibit it from it, then you're going to need to go through the process of redeeming your sisters first, right? Then you'll get to learn and to see the outside family connections to make marriage, right? So you can marry Ishmaeli, but you're waiting for them because they have to accept us first.
Mm-hmm.
So there'll be those we can take from because we'll have mutual agreements. So now you got to come and consult me, and I have to know whether this family accept or don't accept us. Right? So if I go to my teacher, right, he's Ishmaeli. Not only he accept us, he helped train me to walk in this law this way. Okay? If I go to him and he says, there is a sister I am interested in, I want to marry her, that is honorable, acceptable. Why? Because my teacher sits on my council.
Mm-hmm.
See,
They ain't ready for
yeah,
that
I don't
yet,
know.
bro. They ain't ready.
Let me come back to the shallow end of the deep pool.
Yeah, they ain't ready for that.
So my teacher is on my council. He will forever be on my council because he is the head of Midian.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So marrying that way is permissible, but he have his land. So the sister, she's married. I'm going to see this sister every day.
Mm-hmm.
She's not far. So she's still one of us. She's still participating in our festivals. And my teacher is there in our festivals too, because we celebrate them together.
He's still in the deep, brother. She's still way out there in the deep.
Just continue reading, because they think I'm making this up. Just go ahead.
Oh, lest you give to others your strength and your years to strangers.
Okay. Lest you give up your strength and give up your years to strangers. And that's what happens, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead, turn on your TV, look at all the sellouts, right?
Mm.
I can show you it better with celebrities, right? Since y'all like to look at them and point the finger. Look at how many years Kanye gave to this strange woman, this foreign woman, right?
Mm.
Okay? Now he gave all his years to her, and then they want the money, right? They always take the money when you get out. Now he got out, and then they want to label him crazy, and he's emotionally damaged. Yet every time her popularity drop off, here she go exploding with naked pictures all over the internet. Oh, there was a leak, an accident. Married woman. See? Told you. So this is the situation. Okay? So now we can look at this from a celebrity point of view. This happens from the celebrity down to the regular guy. He goes marry a white woman. Next thing you know, he's dressing like Bob. Right? He's hanging out with her at the social events, at the country club, at this, and this. And as long as they are just, as long as they are just, a little item, then it's, acceptable. But he's never truly accepted. He's the novelty thing.
Yes. Ooh.
Right?
Ooh. Yeah.
I can tell you this because, my son, right? I took a strange woman before, right? My son, he now have a strange and foreign woman. Now, I tried to avoid this. I arranged for him to have a woman suitable, right? He didn't want to accept, and I can understand because his mom keeps him from me, doesn't want him to grow up with me, doesn't want him to walk in my ways. She wants to raise him worshiping her idols, and that's what happened. He just Now he's out doing everything we're not supposed to do. And now she wants to call me because they find out the family racist. They don't want to accept him. They want the child to be aborted. If they do have the child, then they know they're going to put my son on child support and try to ruin his life. And they will succeed because in that country, that's what they do.
Right.
So the only salvation for my son now is to come live with me. Should have gave him to me a long time ago, but no. So again, you take the strange woman, you end up working just to pay her. And that doesn't matter if the strange woman is of Israelite genealogy or not. If she lives in the way of the Nephilim, the Western way, that's what it does. Right?
Yes.
Some of you may have seen the viral video of this girl, and she's celebrating because she got a divorce until she found out that she wasn't getting alimony and child support that she thought she was going to get. Then she broke down crying. So I did all of this for nothing? I guess so.
Wow. That is crazy.
Soccer player?
No, the soccer player. The soccer player, that's another one.
Oh.
Yeah, but it's the same thing. I think the Erica Mena or something like that.
Erica Mena with Safari.
When she divorced him, then she found out she wasn't
She sure
getting.
did cry.
Yeah, she did.
See?
She cried.
Temper tantrum.
It's not fair. You picked him.
Yeah.
Right? So now he says to the sons, listen to me and do not depart from the words that are coming out of my mouth. Do not go outside of this instruction.
And you know what is being told for the sons to do? It was first told to you. First. So it's not like you're saying anything strange or, that you're better than anyone. What goes for you goes for everyone else. So it's no hierarchy. Oh, he's here and I'm here. No, we're all here together and we all got to follow this same course, this same path. So it's just best to do what you are being instructed to do.
So you know what? I'm going to say this, right? I want you to understand the principle which Solomon is implying about the way of righteousness, the way of uprightness. So the captain of 10, okay, one person over 10 people, a captain of 10, okay? You can call that a group leader, okay? This is a leader of a group, a guide. He's a captain of 10, right? Maybe it's 10 men, maybe it's a woman with 10 women, right?
Yes.
In order for her to lead these people in the path of righteousness, how righteous do they have to be? They got to be more righteous than the ones they're leading. They have to have the information, the wisdom, and the obedience to be walking in that way. On this side, in here, in this country, you cannot lead without having the standard, the ethics, the integrity, right? Because the moment you fall short on the smallest things, the punishments are far and wide greater, 7 times as much. The penalties are 7 times, so that it costs too much to commit the sin. So the teacher has to have more understanding, more wisdom, and be more upright than the student. So you have to be walking in a certain amount of integrity to be a captain of 10, right? What about the captain of 50 who has 10 captains of 10 underneath him?
Even more.
He has to have more understanding, more wisdom, and more uprightness, more righteousness than the captains of 10, because he has to teach and lead them because they are getting ready to graduate to become captains of 50. And the captain of 100 who has 2 captains of 50 under him.
Right.
He has to be what? More.
Yes.
Right? The captain of 100 who has 2 captains of 50, he has to be more righteous than them.
And this is what brings about the nobility.
Right? So then you go to the captain of 100, you get the captain of 1,000. The captain of 1,000 is a captain of 10, but he's a captain of 10 captains of 100. Then you get a captain of a myriad, and he's a captain of 10,000, and he has 10 captains of 1,000.
Wow.
You see? This is a commander. He has all of these people underneath him, each one assigned and allotted in their place, right? And each one has to have a deeper understanding and be more upright than the one underneath him. So the ones at the top have to walk in perfection of this law and this instruction. Righteousness is just accepting your forefathers' judgment and making these decisions. These are the decisions you got to make. And it's number 1, do not
Get on the express bus.
with fools. Don't entertain, don't breathe by, don't wink at, don't look at, don't think is beautiful or fine or to be desirable any foreign woman. That's the leadership. That's what it is. I'm telling you what it is. Because you get with these foreign women, the children that are with foreign women cannot accept an inheritance here. Because that's all they're really interested in is stealing your land, stealing your possession to give it to their forefathers from whatever countries they from. And their forefathers is plotting.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
So I'm just telling you, they cannot receive an inheritance. This creates bitterness. This bitterness never ends.
Yeah.
It gets passed on generation to generation forever. So don't do it. Let Esmeralda marry Esteban. Let Becky marry Bob. Okay? Let Sasha marry Pierre. Leave these people to marry their own people. Or maybe they cross marry outside other people. Let them do what they want to do and suffer the humiliation of their decisions. It's time for us to lift ourselves out by keeping the instruction. Whew. Continue.
And your years to strangers. Let strangers be sated with your strength.
So unless the strangers be satisfied with your strength. So you work in a job and you make Bob $1 million and Bob pays you 100,000. So now you gave all your strength to Bob, right? And you're going to give your years and the good portion of the wealth to Bob, and it's supposed to be the other way around. Continue.
And you bring your labor into the house of others.
See, you bring your labor into Bob's house. Now, Bob's house getting wealthy, your house is getting poor, and welcome to the situation you in now, right?
Yeah, that's what's happening as we speak.
Right? Right? You talk about Merrill Lynch and JP Morgan and Chase, and these people have gotten rich. You have made their houses wealthy. The Rockefellers and DuPont and all this stuff, all of these industry giants, you've made them rich, and you have this one little house, right? I don't know who Sally Mae is, but she is rich beyond everything, talking about she's helping people get their education. And it's a usury loan, knowing that you can't finish school and the school system is designed to boot you out.
Yes.
Right? You're going to get a useless degree, then you got to go back and you end up paying 100 times the amount of what it actually costs for anything. It's usury on top of usury. I'm just telling you, see, now that house is big and strong, and you got this little house that you trying to hold together, and you giving all your years for it. Get out of that house, get out of all of their houses, come home. It's time to get this together. Continue.
Wow. And you wail at your end until your flesh and your body are finished.
Right? You end up crying about it. Crying and complaining about all the injustice, all the situation, everything that's needed. Right now, Farrakhan talking about we need to grow and take care of our own food. You had millions of dollars. The instruction is simple. You had no understanding. You had a head start. You could have been done this way before me. You didn't lead nobody out.
Sure didn't.
All right. Stay there and die in it because you done. Now you've been rejected of the Most High. You are on reproach. The Most High is not going to talk to you and give you none of these instructions. Exit strategy was so simple. I mean,
It really was. Yeah.
right? So you're going to wail because you're going to get old. Your body going to wear out. You get sickly, and then you're going to cry about it. All right.
And you say, how I hated correction and my heart neglected chastisement.
See? So this is what you're saying. If I woulda, coulda, shoulda, if I had done this, it would have been better off. You know, this other guy said this and I didn't listen. What? You hated correction and you neglected chastisement. And you didn't listen to the what?
And I did not listen to the voice of my masters, and to my teachers I did not incline my ear.
So this tells you how you know the teacher. Right? When you hear them say things that I've been saying for years, oh, we need to get land and start growing food. This person, not a teacher. He had millions of dollars and he didn't do it for himself and for nobody else neither. I did it for myself. And now I'm leading you in it. See, that's why Solomon's wisdom is, my son, pay attention. Do this for yourself first.
Yes,
then
sir.
you can come and you can lead them in it and you will have success. If you need to run, you can run. That means when time's short, you'll be able to get it done in a shorter period of time because you'll make the exact steps necessary, knowing what they are without stumbling over it.
Correct. Yes, sir.
So you didn't listen to the voice of your masters. Who's your masters? Solomon is the master of wisdom. This is my master. I am his student. I am his son. I am under his judgment. What he say, I do, and there is no question. I don't talk. I don't speak. Solomon says it's like this, and that's the end. There's no questioning, and he's given me the explanation, so what is there to question about? Continue.
I was almost in all evils in the midst of the assembly and congregation.
See? You were almost in all evils in the midst of the assemblies of congregations, meaning that you did some good. So you wasn't all evil. And while you were in the midst of the company of the congregations of Israel, right now, they all scattered all over the world, so you were in the midst. But you were so almost. Almost. Meaning you had the opportunity to correct yourself. You had the opportunity to fix yourself. You have the opportunity to come. You have the opportunity to build. But somehow you missed it following your own good ideas. I got an idea. Let me tell you what.
Oh, goodness. This sounds like regret to the finest. Drink water from your own cistern.
Okay, so first of all, let me explain to you what a cistern is, right? So out here we have cisterns. They dig deep into the ground and burrow out tunnels and plaster out a big old cave in the ground and fill it with water. Sometimes it'll tap into a water supply and then they'll come out and allow the water supply to fill up the cistern. But all the while they plaster the walls inside and then it just fills up with water and then they take water from the cistern. So one of the cisterns is like Abraham's well. Then there's the cistern at Tel Sheva, right? Isaac's well. There's a cistern at Mount Zion, right? This is David's well. So you need to drink out of these cisterns from the natural water that comes from the ground here, which is not chemically treated.
Right.
There's something wrong with the chemically treated water because nobody's getting better. So now you need to drink from the natural water, which is better for you. So it's telling you, you have to be in this land and drinking from the well water of this land. Drink from your own cisterns, right? Drink from your own wells.
Yes.
So you got to get out of that country because if you're drinking from, the water company, wherever you at, that's not yours. That's why they send you a bill every month. And even if you got a well over there, right? Even if you got a well over there, it's not yours because it's not your inheritance. It's not from your father's house. It's not yours. When they get good and ready, they take it from you.
Yeah.
Okay? We'll be right back after this. All right. We're back. All right. So continue. We still in chapter 5. So I know some of y'all probably could read chapter 5. It's only 23 verses. I know y'all probably read it all fast, but I don't read that fast.
No.
I read with comprehension, so I slow down to make sure I understand each and every word on the page and what it's telling me to do that I may do it. Right? Staying away from the foreign woman is easy if you're not with them or among them. But foreigners are getting ready to come in with us. Right? So the first group that comes out, this may be pure all Israel to start, to have the foundation laid. Then we're going to get later more of Israel, get them established, and then the foreigners start to come in because they start to see you have a provision and they need help. Okay, you can come in, you can eat with us. No, don't look at my daughter. No, don't look at my sister. No, you do your job first. You don't get no wife until I give you one. And I give you one from the handmaids of the other strange women that come in needing support and food. The women, y'all go over here with my wives and children and stay away from these men. There's a separation here. We live in modesty.
Yes.
Oh, Esteban, you work so good with my grapes. They doing fruiting well, this. Yeah, how long you been here? Oh, 2-3 years. And, it's been, good for me. And I make the crop double. I use this trick and that trick. And I'm so happy to be here. We have survival. Oh, have you met Esmeralda? I want you to marry Esmeralda. this my handmaid,
Mm-hmm.
knowing that Esmeralda is trapped here for 50 years. She can't leave to the Jubilee.
Yep.
Give her the Esteban. Esteban is like, oh, I have good time. My children, they like 3, 4 now. I take what you give me and I go. Okay, no problem. Here's everything I promised you. Where's my wife? No, my handmaid cannot leave till the Jubilee.
Right.
Here's her contract.
Right. Yep.
She cannot leave.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You stay with me till the Jubilee and you take on become Israelite now. And you have her and you can leave with her in this time. And I give you 10 times what I give you right now. He made look, if you give me 10 times what you give me now, I'd be millionaire. This is profitable for me. And when you leave, you go back to your country, you rebuild your country, you take your family, you be the first family there, and you get yourself established.
Yeah.
You report to me, give me the tithe every year. I will give you the seed and everything for your land to develop. And we will have trade between us. He will look, he will go, deal.
Yes. And that's when you put the owl in the ear.
Give him my earring. I am Esteban from the house of Dawood, and I am master of wine and grapes and this and this. And from this, I build my fortune. He goes to his country, he gets started, and he leaves with Esmeralda.
Yes.
Right? That's law.
That's the law. Yes, it is.
This agreement, there's contracts, this agreement. So we had drink water from your own cistern and running water from your well.
Do your springs flow outside and the channels of water in the streets?
And the answer is no.
No.
Okay?
Let them be for you only, and let strangers not share with you.
See? Let your land and your wells and your stuff be for you only, and don't make partnerships with strangers. This is why I'm telling you to contribute in the buying of the land, because you're going to inherit your father's portion after it all has been collected back. There's no share for them here. If you marry them, they want share. You understand?
Yes.
If you marry them, then they want to share. Right?
Yes.
You make these stupid agreements with them, they want share. If you do it the lawful way, they get no share here, they have to go back to their country. This is why we have a law of redemption, because I guarantee you there's going to be one son at some time who's going to sell himself back into slavery, and Bob and them going to take over his field. Right? And I promise you, that son married Bob's daughter. Right?
Yes.
He married Yapa and sold himself back into captivity through Yapa's vagina.
Whew.
Through the vagina and through her door, he went down to Sheol, to the grave. Now we got to redeem him, his land, buy Bob and them out, send them away somewhere. And now, because he sold himself into captivity, he now got to work as a servant, right, for his brother to teach him how to manage. And that brother has to take care of his land and his own land. You got to take care of the foolish brother's land, right? The one with Yapa, with Becky, right? And his brother's land. That's the law. Right? And then after he's worked his way out, you know that brother may just decide, it just might be better off I stay a manager in your house because I'm a fool. I don't know what I'm doing. This is better for me. The law covers that. Because the law goes on to say, okay, if he just say, I love my master and I want to stay with him, let your brother stay with you.
Yes.
Right? And from his son, raise his son up to go and take back that field and be good with the wealth you made from it in the years that you had it. Right? Raise his son up. So how long is it going to take to raise up a son? He have to give birth to one, right? So now him and this one, they divorce, and Bob and them, and they all leave, and they go back to their country. We got the land back. Now we tried to raise him up over 7 years so that he can get back on his land for whatever we paid for it. And then he says, I want to stay over here. It's better. I'm more comfortable. It's like I got into that situation. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't feel like I could do it. All right. Now his son raises up. Now this brother that helped redeem the brother that fell by the wayside in the vagina of Becky Yapa. And now you got to raise up this brother's son to become, you got to train him now. You can't trust the father to do it because he was a fool, right?
Right.
He lacked sense.
Yes.
He didn't follow in this instruction, right? Now you got to raise his son up and you got, what's that, another 30 years. What do you say? What do you mean 30 years? Yeah, he got to do at least 8. He got to come up to like 13 to be able to learn to make decisions. Then is his mentorship years till he's about 18. Then he got to go into the service for a certain amount of time. Now when he comes out, this guy may be anywhere between 30 and 50, depending on his decisions. Before he take back his father's land.
Wow.
And then he take back his father's land, and that land has now increased and doubled and developed under another brother, and the son just goes into the palace of his father as if he developed it himself. But it was actually redeemed and developed by a brother. The brother profited from it for the 40, 30, however many years. But in that 50th year, in that Jubilee, that son is going back to it. But he profited all them years. As if like having 2 portions, he now had a double portion for 50 years. And he got everything. He has to be satisfied with that. It prospered him. This brother's downfall prospered this other brother. The fool got a lesson, didn't lose nothing, it still goes to his son. So this way we keep our portion forever. But that's if you keep this judgment. I kind of went out deep, didn't I?
Yeah, but you know what? They need to see how real
it is, the judgment is.
Judgment is, yes. And this law is.
So this judgment sits, like, for me, like, the judgment is not like glasses. The law says, let the law be for frontlets, for glasses, for the correction of your vision, for the correction of your perception. For me, it is my eyes.
Yes.
Like, I actually see things this way. It's not me adjusting my perception. It is my perception. It's a little different. So I can see how things play out. I can see how this one problem and what it will lead to. I can see the connections. Doesn't mean it always goes that way. It just means it heads in that direction. People get off at different exit ramps on the road to the grave. So don't let your springs flow outside the channels into the streets, meaning keep your water, keep your father's well, keep your father's land. We don't sell land, we only buy it. Did you hear me?
Yes.
We're not selling land. We're not making agreements with nobody about no land. There's no share. There's no nothing. After we buy it, we only buy more. Okay? I have to buy back all of Jerusalem as much as I possibly can with what you send me and give to me in tribute. Tell that to Farrakhan and King Kong consciousness. They got a lot to say about the problems, but they just wailing because coulda, woulda, shoulda, and didn't. We're going to get a school. You're not going to build up in your enemy's land. That's not going to happen either. That's what this is saying. You can't rebuild on your enemy's land. The only thing you can do is gather up some resources, send out what you can, and then get out. Now, every other nation knows this. They all go to America and send money back home and build up all the wealth they can. They get the best jobs. They go to the best schools. They get everything they can. And they always send the money back home and live small in America. Get on a plane, go back to their country and live like kings.
There was a time, you hear the stories about Black Wall Street, what happened with the Central Park land and stuff like that. And one day, as I'm reading the law this couple of years ago, I recognized all that had to be destroyed because they wasn't supposed to build and establish like that over in that land. That everyone is upset because ghost people, they killed all our people and they did it. But this was the hand of the Most High because you wasn't supposed to do it there.
You can't do it there. It's not possible. They will always destroy it. They will always tear it down. No matter where you build it, this curse is the curse that is upon you. You have to rebuild your father's house with his rules and with his instructions first. Right? I have to honor Solomon first, foremost, and it is a paramount to me. Right? If I honor Solomon, I will automatically honor David. I will automatically honor Moses. I will automatically honor Joseph. I will automatically honor Jacob, Isaac, and Abraham. In honoring Solomon and doing exactly what he says, exactly how he says it, literally, I will automatically honor Shem, Noah, Lamech, Methuselah, all the way back up to Seth, all the way back up to Adam. So if I get all the way back up to Adam in honoring Solomon's instruction, then you see that Solomon was the spirit of wisdom with which everything was created. The wisest of all men, period. And if this wisdom becomes my wisdom, then you see now that I have the spirit of wisdom. I talk like this and I walk it. Real life, real time.
Sure do.
That's reality. And if you do the same, you only have to make one step. Get all you can from where you are and come and send it over here and walk it with me because it demands the same steps to be walked together. But there's an order. You have to know who's the number one. That's me. I'm the principal. You have to know who's the number two. That's the high priest. And then you'll know. Next one and next one and next one and next one as they fall in line. Okay? For this project, you'll have 1 through 6. Okay? And there's a separate leadership for women, virgins and redeemer cases. Redeemer cases, you're not virgins. So virgins and non-virgins. They're all single though. Married is under the men. That's what it says for this stage, for this year. After this year, then it grows exponentially. It will multiply. Continue.
Let them be for you only, and let strangers not share with you.
Okay.
Let your fountain be blessed.
Okay, let your fountain be blessed. So now there's a blessing upon my father's cistern, which I drink from, because I bought it back. So now, here's the miracle. You may buy land, and the cistern was empty when you got it. When you take possession of the land, it's everything paid for, you move on it. Most High, this is a blessing. I'll fill it with water. You don't know what I'm talking about. I know. This back in the Genesis, if you took the judgment class, then you know the blessing of Jacob and of Isaac was that wherever they were, the Most High kept their wells filled with water and overflowing.
Sure did.
The desert don't be a desert when you come to the desert and do this.
Yes, sir.
You know what I said?
I've been hearing you for 8 years.
I know. You hear me?
Yes, sir, I do.
The water flow when you get here. Like I'm here now. Everybody's up now looking outside marveling because it's raining and it's a season. What? The rainy season normally stops before this. Here we are in Marchesvin. It's still raining.
Yeah.
It's still green. What? The former rains have returned. We didn't get to the latter rains yet because this is the beginning of the year for the earth.
Yeah.
We have to catch the latter rains so that it will fill our cisterns for the sheep and the goats. And you know what? Don't listen to me. Please send this money and get you tickets. You need to be here after 5 weeks. Okay? What I want to do with this money within this 5 weeks is get the first lands and the projects started so I can receive you as a guest. I have to get my teacher here. Ramadan is over. Ramadan is finished. Okay? Now, it's my time to run. Because we have to do this and get ready. Because when you get here, there's 2 festivals coming. Right? Next one is a Shavuot. This is Shavuot. I want to show the Most High the deeds. Right? The deeds to the land. This is a repentance because we renew the covenant. Right? First fruit. The next Shavuot, which comes in the spring, I want to show the Most High you people.
Yes.
This is the next one.
Yes.
I take you to him and you meet him face to face.
Yes.
What? We got the land and the people and we rebuilding. Right? We caught the rains, the well is full, we keep Solomon's judgment. Each festival, you have to have a step completed. But the 2 major festivals in between the Shavuot, okay, we have to keep the festival of the forefathers, Eid, right? My teacher will tell us that time and that day. And then they will join us.
Yes.
I have covenant with my teacher. Everybody will come and join us again when we go and make the Passover. But it's just going to be Yitzhaki and Ishmaeli. But you're not ready yet because you're still thinking about, do we have to send the money? This your test to see if you love it. Continue. We still in chapter 5.
Yes.
Can we, come on, you know what? Let me just splash around with you in the shallow end of the deep. Okay? Continue.
And rejoice in the wife of your youth.
So, the wife of your youth, at what age Isaac get married?
40. 40.
He get married at 40, right? See? This the wife of my youth.
Hi.
See? I was approaching 40 when I get this one. And I take her in my virginity because at 40 I was considered a young man. Okay? It's not in the teen years. Not in this time. That's the years for mentorship. You're not young man. You are a young man then. But you're not developed until into maturity till you get to 40 or 38 or 35, around here. Just telling you the truth. So this the wife of my youth. Rejoice with this. Now you say, how you would rejoice with your wife? It's not the jumping up and down. Yay! Woo! No. Take your wife in the bedroom and make babies.
Oh, look at that. We'll be back.
We'll be back after this. Okay, so we back. So rejoice with the wife of your youth. You're going to make love, okay? Make a lot of it. Make love until you have children. This is the rejoicing with your wife. Because what? The bride and the bridegroom rejoice in the bridal chamber. What are they doing in there? Unleash that modesty that you've been bottling up all day. Unleash it in this location, in this situation. You're going to get this. Give it away now. I spent all these years covered up. Now, you're going to get this nakedness. Now is the time to unleash it.
You know, brother, I was sitting here reminiscing of when you tell me your story about when you came to the land and what you was approached with. You was approached with a foreign, a stranger. And you had not had the targums yet, but you were walking the steps. You refused to touch this foreigner. You know, you literally refused.
You have to refuse.
And in your diligence, in you seeking the way, seeking the law, then the targums were given to you, and you met your teacher, and you began to go into your training and walking it out. Then
You get this one.
your blessing comes right to your home. A virgin, a hidden treasure comes. You didn't even have to go seek for it. It came right to you. So what you are emphasizing and what you are saying and what you are sharing is not just mere words.
No.
You have experienced this. You have walked this.
Once you get into the place, right? So I am where the Most High commands me to be, right? And it's a shifting location from time to time, Okay? No different than Moses in the wilderness. We have to be here, whether it's 3 months, 6 months, a year, whatever it is, we're here. When we have to go to the next place, we go there and we begin whatever we have to do in development there. Now, unlike Moses, we don't have to walk around and make a war. We don't have to make a combat. We don't have to go into these hostile situations. My instruction is different. This is strange.
Yes.
But it's the same. It's consistent. It's consistently about redemption. Okay? So if I'm going and I'm sitting in the place, the covenant I have is the Shekinah will go up with me from place to place. Okay? So it's a moving. Right? Right? When you settle here, I will be there. There will be sanctuary, safe space there. When I need you to go over there, obey my instruction, go over there, and there will be safe space there. I will set my provision there. This is important to understand. Right? There's always order, there's always loyalty, there's always integrity and obedience. Because we may be in one place and it's a setup. We just get some things set up, then we move to the next place, and these two things are needed together to be successful. Right? But you got to set up one before the other sometimes. You can't do it at the same time simultaneously. You need this one to even get that one to get set up, to come back to this one and finish, then go back to the other one, and you have everything there. Right? So like if you're going to make textiles, right? You need to make sheets of fabric. You might go and start growing the flax field. Okay? You grow, you buy all the land to grow the flax, right? Then you have to set a guard there, right? You possess that. While the flaxes are growing, the Most High open up the opportunity and you may buy a township and they have a textile plant. So you buy up the textile plant. Now you have to fill the textile plant, learn, train on the materials and the machinery, right? So you buy some practice materials and some other materials from other places, knowing that you're growing yours, but you're waiting for it to become what? Right. Then you go, and now you go back and you harvest the flax and take the flax seed out. Then you take the flax and you take the flax to be processed at the plant. And now all this linen fabric has come up and you get to double dip. The places where you bought linen from, you're still getting from them, right? They get their cut. You got the plant and you have the outlet, right? The place to sell your flax, and you sell your flax first.
Right.
You process your flax first, right? So now when you process your flax first, the places where you bought flax from, you just now have more and you have this stock and you're going out. And now you can use the flax, the overstock, right? You can use that to make garments and materials for yourself and now sell those directly to the store, your store outlets and your markets. This is law, right? And all of this is to show you that there's a steps and you don't know the way. You don't know the order of things, right? Because the process of things is radically different from the ground up than the process of modern businesses, where everything is based on middleman hustle.
Yes.
The Most High says, do not hustle.
Yes, it does.
Don't hasten. Hastening is hustling. Don't hustle. So now we're taking practical steps to build from the bottom up, get ourselves rooted, grounded, because the field that grows the flax is a what? Establishment. And the city and the factory that processes the flax is a what? Establishment. Right? So the place that processes the flax, people can live there. It's more of a city environment. And they can work in the field and they have sustenance. The flax gives them a product of what they need and it's provided to the rest of the community. They can trade it for food.
Yes. Yes.
You understand? So that's about the process.
Yeah.
That's why you can't come and tell me what to do and lead me, because you don't know. Right? I'm telling you how it works in theory, because in reality, I have already set up the first step. This is actually the second step to go back to finish the third step, to come back here and finish this fourth step.
Yes, sir.
In reality, I'm ahead of you by 7 years. There's no way for you to catch me. Okay, so finish reading. So rejoice with the wife of your youth.
A hind of love.
A hind, a deer of love.
What does that mean?
My dear.
Oh.
And a gazelle of grace.
A gazelle of refinement. Right? So the deer, the female deer, the hind, the gazelle deer, the male is a gazelle of refinement. Why? The husband refines the wife, or he should,
Yes.
if he's wise. Right? Remember, it's refinement of your actions. See?
Yes, sir.
So the husband has to learn to keep the wife in the way. Right?
Yes, sir.
Has to learn this, because as you see now, the sisterhood is out of control.
Yep, sure is.
They were given freedom, and no good has come of it.
That's right. That is so true.
So now the men have to come under and refine their action through Solomon's instruction, right? They have to have a king and they have to have military order, right? A hierarchy of strict dominance, right? To walk in, starting from number one down to 1,500,773 and 62. Right?
Yes, sir.
That's a fictitious number. I'm just saying. To the last man. We don't know what the count is.
Right.
Right? So now you have everyone is being refined, and the women are being refined with the men underneath them in love. In love, not falling in love.
Right.
Doesn't say fall here.
No, it doesn't.
Right? So there's a development in love. Okay? Development. You may get together under a lawful rule, right? And grow in love in this situation. This is where the law put me. It must be good. Let me learn and see the good that's in it and fall in love with it. Okay? Like, how long did it take us to get engaged? About a month or two, right? Month and a half?
Yeah.
Right? 6 to 8 weeks, something like that. Okay? This not falling in love, this lawful process and choices and decisions and, starting to see I think this is the purpose of this. Okay? How long after the engagement we get married?
Talking about the ceremony?
No, about 6 months.
From the January, February, March, April, May. 4 months later?
Right, about 4 months after. Okay, so total time is about 6 months. Okay, so from meeting, this much time engagement, and then we married at this time. Right now, we couldn't have our wedding ceremony. Right, when I say the wedding ceremony, I'm only talking about the party. Right, I went before my teacher. I brought her before my teacher, and we received a blessing there. Then I spoke with my family. We had a small little dinner and got the blessing there.
Yeah, so there was even a process to the marriage before the ceremony, but it
To
wasn't
the
just
ceremony. So
yeah,
the marriage is just the agreement.
right.
Once the agreement is made and we're going to take each other, we take each other, we get approval from our superiors, and then we go in. Right? So my wife,
I'm the daughter.
my wife have a father covering in the land. And he give his blessing. Who's your father?
Masri.
Masri. Okay? He is my teacher's brother. Take her to daughter. See? And my teacher stood as my father and supported me. Right? So when you understand this approval, before we could afford to have party. Okay? So that's what she's talking about. I got to explain this to people because...
Yeah. They don't realize there is an order
Right.
that has to be done.
You can be married, right? Like Adam and Eve married 3 people there. Adam, Eve, and the Most High.
Yes.
After that, it's Adam's governing to put marriages together. Cain's wife, Seth's wife.
Right.
The ordering. Okay? Just the father. It's a father's right to give the daughter in marriage. So once the father says, I give my daughter to you, this, and there's the exchange, ceremony, party separate. Right? Party separate. If you can do it at the same time, you do it. If, maybe you need money or this, you can do the marriage ceremony and do the celebration later. You understand?
No piece of paper. Tell them that.
The piece of paper is only contingent upon if the wife
Has an inheritance.
If the wife has an inheritance, she comes and she has like an agreement, right? There's a stipulation with her. Maybe there's a restoration of something, of a son, especially they're using Redeemer Kinsman law. There's another son household that has to be raised up in the name of another father. Then you have to make some paper and the court has to be made aware, which is why Redeemer Kinsman cases, all of them, whether they are accepted or rejected, must be handled by the Beth Din because there's a redemption agreement. You're taking this woman in redemption, so there'll be a ketubah in this case. But for virgin daughters, they different. It's a whole different process.
Yes, it
is. All of this came from refinement of taking your virgin wife, right?
Yes, sir.
So the hind of love and the gazelle of grace, the gazelle of refinement. This is the saying that's attached to taking the wife of your youth, okay? Whether it be virgin or redeem a kinsman, or whatever the Most High sends your way. The hind. So y'all been reading Proverbs wrong.
Yes, yes, sir.
All right?
Yes.
And let me explain. You're going to receive the command, right? Don't do this, right? You're going to receive the instruction. Do this. And you're going to receive the saying. This is what we say about this topic. Okay? The hind of love and the gazelle of grace, right? Which is refinement of your action. So the man who has refined himself can now take a virgin or a redeemer and refine her. Got it?
Yes, sir.
So righteousness breeds righteousness. A unrighteous woman will never find anywhere a righteous man anywhere. So if you can't find a righteous man, it's because you're not a righteous woman. You're not walking in the way of righteousness. Okay? Because a righteous man, the Most High will bring the righteous woman to him at the appointed time. Right? He has to be doing the instructions of his forefathers first. Don't expect no prophecies. So we ain't got those kind of prophets around here. The Most High not speaking to none of y'all. And he's not listening to none of your prayers, right? Until you are walking in your instruction.
That's right.
I know that's a hard pill to swallow.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. He's not listening until you're walking in instruction. So until you're buying back the land in the land, not for you, for the whole of the tribe. So you're just making a contribution, right? The person that gives $1 million gave 1/2 of a cent.
Yes.
Right? Just understand, because we have to buy back the whole land. Do you know how much land got to be bought back between the Mediterranean and the Persian Gulf?
Yes.
Right? From the Euphrates River down to Oman?
I don't think they understand how big this really is.
It's a lot of land. I'm just telling you, like, it's a lot. It's a lot.
Yes, it is.
So we got to buy back a lot of land. So there's a lot of processes that has to be done. Okay? Now, does that mean we're going to buy back the whole thing? No. But that's the process we have to do now. Until we have the next set of instructions for the next stage, which I'm not worried about, because if you don't do this one, you're dead. All right?
Yes, sir.
Continue.
Learn good. Learn good conduct.
Learn good conduct.
At all times.
At all times. Do you know what good conduct is? Learn how to restrain yourself from improper relations with harlots, adulterers, fornicators, right? People who like or enjoy fornication, and all women who are willing to commit these sins, and you will grow stronger. Do not get with these strange women. The man who does this thing dies. So learn good conduct, learn integrity and restraint. Don't go to her door. Yeah, you need a cup of sugar? Don't. Just, if you know this woman wants you, okay? And you know she's not a virgin, let her go through the proper steps. I'm telling you that before you get here. So talking to the sons.
Yes.
Right? But the sister came, she approached me. Yep. Pack your stuff. She approached you, you gave into it. Now you and her, right? Pack your stuff and proceed. No, you got together outside of the Most High's ordained instruction. There's no way for you to have redemption here. There's no way to clean it up.
That's the problem. Everybody trying to clean up this stuff. You can't do it.
Can't clean it up. See, so once you know what the path is and you don't take it,
That's right.
you're being perfidious, right?
Yes, sir.
You're being, how to explain perfidious? You're having a lack of integrity.
Lack sense.
You lack sense in keeping the law. So just because she was beautiful, she was fine, she was thick, and all that you desired, you didn't let her go through her proper process, and neither did you go through the proper process. So you didn't have good conduct. And since you didn't have good conduct, knowing now what the good conduct is, there's no way to keep you here. There is no redemption for you. So now, expelled, get out. You and her together. Well, come on, we'll be all right. Nah, we ain't leaving like this, man. I put in money on this. You did. And the money you put in was because you told the Most High you were in agreement with his law and with his covenant. And now that you have broken it, the judgment of that law and the covenant is upon you. Get out.
Yes.
See,
Yes, I know.
they gonna run now, right? They don't really want to give now, right? I know I done talked them out of it, right? Nah, I don't care. I'm gonna tell you right now. That's why it's a remnant coming in, because I'm for the law, because I will do it the lawful way, regardless of you and everybody else. Because I've been out here doing this for 7 years without you. So I know the success. Ask my sister. Better ask her. I'm counted as one in the land. Everybody here know it. When it comes to you, you are here on my name. I'm here on Solomon's name.
And you know, Shaker, for the women, their feelings gonna be hurt, the redeeming ones, when they recognize they gotta wait for their other 6 sisters to get it together before you can get that man.
Before you can get the man you would desire. Okay? So I'm here on Solomon's name. You're here on mine. And what I say concerning you, believe me, the judgment stands. Ask my sister.
Sure does.
I put you out. They will ask 2 questions about you.
Yeah.
What happened to this one? Because they already know about all the other wicked Israelites around here. They will say, were they like them?
Sure do.
And we will say, yep, they like them. Oh,
Yes.
no good.
Alhamdulillah.
And bless the Most High that the wicked were put out. I'm telling you now.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
This not a costume. I'm Sheikh for real. This not a game. You know what I'm saying? Well, you don't speak Arabic. Arabic ain't the issue. Law, customs, and traditions. I'm expected to be Bani Israel. I am Bani Israel. You are claiming it while not doing it in the land. I'm doing it over here.
With your Abba Gadaha.
I mean, she's laughing because we've had brothers come out here and they speak, the Lashawan, Kadisha, or whatever, right? And I tell them, I laugh. I'll be like, all right, just remember when the Israelites came out and they had the language, they came into the land and they were able to communicate with their brethren. Go ahead, tell them. Speak your holy tongue.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, tell them.
Oh, goodness.
And they go, nah, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to embarrass myself. They don't know the whole. Yes, they do. Because when I speak what is taught in the holy tongue here, that's written in this book, not the other ones, in the Targums. Eka, go from here. They understand exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, put him out. Eka.
That's Arabic.
Mm.
Yeah, Dr. Allah.
See, so you're talking about
The battery.
yeah, the battery. I'll be back.
We'll be back.
All right. So we back, right? Now I gotta give you some clarification on what we say, right? Kadas Luga, right? The holy tongue. Kadas Luga, right? Holiness is Mukadas, right? So Kadas Luga, the holy tongue, you have to understand, right? Because I can't just mock stuff without giving you the history and the understanding. So you have to understand Noah and Shem were not at the Tower of Babel. Abraham was. Okay? Abraham was at the Tower of Babel. All right? Noah and Shem were not. Okay? You got that?
Mm-hmm.
And so when you understand that Noah and Shem were not at the Tower of Babel, then you can understand what I'm about to say. Okay? So Abraham leaves from Noah and Shem, where he was raised and grew up, and hid from Nimrod's wise men who counseled Nimrod to kill him. So he grows up with Noah and Shem, right? So Noah and Shem have the holy tongue from before the flood. What is Shem's language? Shem's language is the language spoken in Syria. It is Aramaic. I don't care what nobody say or what you find in some white person's book. Don't believe the Nephilim. Believe me, because I am speaking truth from my father's house. Okay? So you have now the Aramaic, which Shem speaks. This is what was called the Shami, Sham is Shem, Shami dialect. Because Arabic is split up into dialects. Okay? And of all of the dialects, the only dialect that is missing is the Quranic Arabic, the holy tongue. Nobody speaks it except my teacher from the house of Midian, right? And his bloodline, his family, they speak this as part of the Shami dialect. Okay? So when Abraham was in Ur of the Chaldees, right? He's with the Chaldeans, right? These Europeans, European, right? The Chaldeans, right? The language we speak today. Abraham had got hit with the stroke of this language in that time. So when he leaves Babylon after 40 years living there with his father, with his family, right? In Ur of the Chaldees, when he comes back down, he has to relearn the language. Again, he has to relearn the holy tongue. What happened? The Most High assigned the languages and the peoples according to the regions where they were positioned, right? Because everybody does what they do and they live among their own peoples, among certain family groups. Ta-da!
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay? So if Abraham was among the Chaldeans, because he was in the what? He was in the pit.
Right.
Then he gets stroke and he's still able to talk to the people among the pit because he was with them. So he divided the nations and the peoples with tongues. Each tongue was appointed to a specific place. So they say the source language was Aramite. Abraham goes back to his father's house. He goes from there down. He remains in contact and learns again the holy tongue from who? From Shem. Then he makes sure Isaac and Jacob, they go back to learn from Shem, the great priest. What language is Shem speaking? He's speaking Aramite. Okay? From Aramite, you get the Syriac Arabic, and then you get the different variations. You get Saudi Arabic, right? Shami dialect, which is Shami Arabic. You're going to get all the other variations, Yemeni Arabic, Omani, Kuwaiti. It's all because the different areas start to develop their own tongues. Right? We say this here, they say that there. There's different styles. Sometimes it changes the pronunciation of the word altogether.
Yes.
Okay? Dialect. And within this Arabic dialect, there is Kadas Luga, the holy tongue. Al-Kadas Luga. Okay? Within this dialect. Now, where do we leave off reading?
Okay. All right. We are
At 20?
learn good conduct at all times.
Learn good conduct at all times.
And in love of her, you will grow ever stronger.
And in love of your sister, who you redeemed or who you take in her youth, a virgin, and in love of her, refining her in the law, you will grow ever stronger. The hind of grace, the hind of the gazelle of refinement, the gazelle of grace and the hind of love. See? Take her, love her. And for her, love him.
Yes.
This is how it works. Continue.
And do not go astray, my son, with a strange woman.
No. Again with this.
To you.
Again, my son. Okay, it's talking to me. Hey, don't embrace.
A strange
No,
woman.
don't.
Or the bosom of another.
Or the bosom of another people, woman. Stay within your father's house. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, stay here. Okay, next.
For before the eyes of Allah are the ways of a man, and all his ways are manifest before him.
So the Most High is watching and he is judging you. And just because you don't get the punishment on the day you exactly commit the sin because of mercy, know that the punishment is coming regardless. Don't matter 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20. Enjoy your time because you're not going to prosper. You're not going to end well, period. See how that works?
Yes, sir.
Continue.
The sins of the wicked man seize him, and in the ropes of his sins he is entangled. He dies without correction, and in the multitude of his folly he is lost.
So the lost children of Israel got lost in the multitude of their follies. And number one, the men started looking at strange women, getting away from their customs and traditions, and making these strange children, and then adopting the customs and traditions of outside the house, outside the family. End of story. Okay? So the Most High says, if you marry a strange woman, you have sex with her idol. You don't even get to enjoy the woman. What? Yeah, that's what he said. That's how he sees it. You don't like it? Too bad. So if you marry a Jewish woman, you having sex with Moloch. It says none of the nations have ever put aside their idols at no time. And the reason why is because we were never perfected in the restraint of ourselves and good conduct to keep the law with perfection until today. Today we getting it right. Today you are getting yourself together. You are getting this money together, taking out loans to be here after 5 weeks. And we're going to run this race and not stumble. And you're going to have good conduct, and you're going to persevere in pursuit of the law with diligence, and you're going to walk out the righteous steps, each step properly, right? Because if you don't, you're just testing me to practice my judgment. And I really don't have no problem enforcing it. People come, people go. It is what it is. Okay?
Yes, sir.
I've made up my mind. So instead of us getting lost in folly, we're going to get unlost in obedience. Ta-da! No nor lost tribe of Israel. We the Itzhaki, we the seed of Isaac. We keeping the law with perfection. We follow our leader, Rabbi Sheikh. I'm going to the land.
Yes.
End of the story. See that?
Yes.
We're not lost no more. We'll let the nations become the lost congregation of Israel. Somebody got to get these curses. The blessings go somewhere and the curses go somewhere. As long as the curse is on us, the nations have to be blessed for our survival and our sake because we're scattered among them. The moment we get some act right, like right now, right? Then the blessings come to us and the curses go to them. They go into war. They can't have peace. They fighting everywhere. I mind my business. I have no say about this. Okay, my father said, continue to walk in this instruction. Let them fall down. All right. That was chapter 5. We're getting ready to go into chapter 6. Okay? Now, if you guys saw, we probably did like 2-hour segments when we were doing
3 and 4.
The first judgments,
Oh, yeah.
right? Now you notice is the classes getting longer. Nah, because I told y'all, I'm tired of splashing around in the kiddie pool. You're a little weak stamina, you're unfocused, and you want short form 1 minute content, get to the point and we done. No, that's not it. You're going to get the fullness. Knowing thou must know, right?
Yes.
You're going to get fullness from me now so you can see I can go all day. I do this sun up, sun down, in my sleep, in my wake. This don't turn off for me. It don't pop up on the Shabbat class. Shabbat, I'm asleep. I'm resting. You're going to get these classes on work days. This is work. Unless the Most High says to say something and it's the Shabbat, then I'll say something. Other than that, this is the going out and the coming in. That's what this is called. All right, so chapter 6. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
It's about to get real.
Yeah.
When I say now we're going to get into the real now meat and potatoes of what we're going to look for and how we're going to do things. Okay?
Let me start.
Mm-hmm.
If you have gone surety for your friend, you have committed yourself to a stranger.
So if you have any agreement with anybody, you have committed yourself to a stranger. Especially now. So we're talking about getting out of captivity because this is written to us in captivity. So in getting out of captivity, then you need to understand. So if you have any agreements, right? You've gone into surety for your friend, right? So you know what surety is, right? It's like bonding, insuring, some mortgages, right? And you got into it with who you thought was reputable. It's supposed to be reputable businesses, right? You thought they was your friend. You thought it was good for mutual benefit, the relationship. Okay? You have committed yourself to a stranger, just so you know, okay? So your mortgage lender, you committed yourself to a stranger, right? Your children who don't want to keep the law, don't want to follow the law, don't want to walk in it, and you made agreements with them, you've committed yourself to a stranger. Your spouse that doesn't walk in the law, doesn't want to follow it, doesn't want to walk in it, not interested in listening to what I'm teaching or saying, you've committed yourself to a stranger. I'm sorry, I'm just telling you what it is, right? Remember this. Though Noah, Daniel, and Job were in the land at that time, they cannot save neither son nor daughter. For every person can only save yet his own soul.
Yes.
Right? You got to make your choices and decisions. You're going to walk in this law or not, or you're going to die where you are with who you with. It is what it is. I'm not telling nobody what choices they need to make. I'm telling you what Solomon says, the choices you need to make because he was wiser than me. So I'm just telling you what it is. Whatever decisions they say, well, you're going to have to get on by yourself then. Accept that as your escape clause. Oh, wait, you know what? I'm getting ahead of myself. Read.
You are trapped by the word of your mouth.
You are trapped by your own words.
Caught by the word of your mouth.
You were caught by your own words.
Do thus, my son.
Do this. Okay, let me help you out, my son.
And get yourself free.
Get yourself free. Get out of that. Now he's saying it to me. That way I was able to tell you. So for me, yeah, I got a divorce, right? I had wife and children. They didn't want to walk in the laws, customs, and traditions. They didn't want to come back and seek out my father's house. They were young, so the mother refused. So I had to divorce her and let her have the children and walk away. What? She's a wrong. Get yourself free. Okay? No, she wasn't a virgin when I got that one. That one was an adulteress. She was in some other type of relationship. And then I Mr. Steal Your Girl. Oh, at that time, I got into that type of situation. And now I regret taking this strange woman, but I paid the price. I got myself free. Cut yourself off from that and walk in it. Okay? Do I regret my decision? Absolutely not, because I am living in the palace. It freed me from the snare that I put myself in because we went to the courthouse and got surety, right? We got paperwork saying we were married under Pharaoh's law.
Yep.
Now I got out of that surety bond too. I cut all of it off. I accept my father's house, my father's instructions, my father's law. If you accept anything in Pharaoh's house and you trying to maintain anything in Pharaoh's house, you are Pharaoh's friend. You've gone to surety. You're shoring up, strengthening, guaranteeing Pharaoh's success, paying taxes over there. Right? You're giving Pharaoh tribute by paying him taxes. Matter of fact, you ain't got no say in the matter. He just take it out your checks anyway. No matter what slice of money you get, you give to Pharaoh. So you going to surety for Pharaoh. So now you got to get yourself free. Get yourself free. Why?
For you have fallen into the
No, speak up.
For you have fallen into the hand of your friend.
You've fallen into the hand of your friend. Right? You got with Becky, huh? You've fallen into the hand of your friend. So now if you were with me during the first judgment and you saw when Judah married the strange Canaanite woman whom he proselyted, right?
Sure did.
The Most High looked at him and was like, yeah, and her father, Judah's friend.
I was thinking that. Yeah.
Right? He's looking down on Tamar, this of his father's house from the house of Shem, right? He's looking down on Tamar. He considers her the hoe. She's, the hoe and the harlot, right? But he's over here with the Canaanite woman trying to proselyte her and going around everywhere with her father. And he's like, yeah. And now he's giving himself over to his friend. Then the judgment came to him. See? So this is where Solomon is getting it from. Get away from this woman. So the Most High killed her, right? And still hook him up with Tamar.
Sure did.
So I'm just telling you, this law applies. Get yourself out of all of that. I don't care how you do it. Get yourself free. You got yourself in. Do everything to get yourself out. Right? Take the money, send it over. We get the land, get out, run. Flee. See? Don't flee in haste like I'ma just flee out and hope somebody take care of me. No. Most High says, do not appear before me empty-handed. Get the money, send it over, then flee. The sending is for a preparation. You don't go on vacation without paying for your hotel.
That's the truth.
See, I gotta explain this to them.
Yes,
because
sir.
everybody get on the plane ill prepared, right?
Sure do.
Right?
Or
Or hide money, right? Right? Well, in case things go wrong, I got this little nest egg and this will hold us until we get situated. You ain't gonna get situated, I promise. They're gonna eat off you, but you ain't gonna get situated.
gonna end up like whole egg.
Right. So, chapter 6, right? Be careful with your words. They are binding agreements, all of them. Your casual conversation is a binding agreement. Just passing the binding agreement. So be careful with your words. You might want to shut up. Okay? Get free from all bonds, binding agreements. They are all traps and snares, except those commanded to be made in this law and instruction. See? Continue.
Go, therefore, stir up your friend.
So go now, and you're going to stir up your friend. What is stir up your friend? You're going to go now and okay, listen, we got to get out of this. I got to cut this short. I'm done with this, and I don't care how I get out. I just want some money, and I'm out of here. That's it. Go stir up your friend. Okay? You're getting out of this agreement. Get yourself a preparation. And if you got to do it in secret, do it in secret. If you got to do it in the court, do it in the court. If you can do it anyway, any which way to get out, whatever way is provided, get out. Get out of the mortgage. Get out. Okay? Continue. Stir up your friend. Oh, we'll be right back. Okay? Continue reading.
Do not give sleep to your eyes.
Don't give yourself no sleep for these next 5 weeks or until you can get out now. Okay? Now you have to diligently work to get out of this situation. You have to diligently work to get out of whatever country you put yourself in to get here in the land to be the people you claim to be. So don't give yourself no sleep now, right? And when you get here, don't think you're going to get, you get to just lay down and whatever. You're going to have to get here, be strong and work. Now you're going to get some rest, okay? But this ain't for vacation. We have a repentance to work, okay? That's rotting, working our repentance, okay? So don't give yourself sleep to your eyes now. Get this money, send the money out because you got to create the nest egg that you're going to land in. So you need the land to land in the land, okay? Don't try it without the land. You're going to fall. You understand? But the scripture say, listen, the scripture said for you to obey my instructions, and disobeying them comes at a heavy price. Don't pay it. Okay? So get yourself out of all these agreements. Don't give sleep to your eyes. Okay? Why?
Or slumber to your eyelids.
Don't give slumber to your eyelids, no matter how you word, okay? Don't give sleep to your eyes, and don't close your eyes that you don't want to see what I'm saying. See that? Continue.
That you may save yourself like a gazelle.
Now this refers back to chapter 5.
Yep.
That you may save yourself like a gazelle who has what? Grace, who has refined his actions. By what? Obeying these instructions. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying. Okay? So you don't lose context, right? I'm showing you the long context. It's one conversation that has been extended over 5,000 years. See?
Yes, sir.
So you can save yourself like the gazelle from what?
A trap and like a bird from a snare.
So you save yourself like the gazelle from a trap, or like a bird from the what? From the net. Remember a couple of chapters back?
Yes.
You go out to trap a bird in the net
Net.
and you don't catch nothing.
Then, yep. Mm-hmm.
So now the bird in the trap is you. The gazelle in the snare is you. If you listen to these words and hear this refinement of your actions, right? What to do to get out, get rid of all agreements in them, save yourself. Because the people you think about that you're leaving behind, they ain't gonna do nothing but die in the coming months.
Yep.
You heard that?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
In the coming months and years, they're not going to do nothing but die, and they're only going to squander the provision you leave them with, and then you'll be sitting here wishing you had done more with what you had and not wasted it on a fool in hopes that he would somehow come to wisdom without this teaching. You hear what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Am I talking clearly? Mm-hmm. Are you sure? Because I know, right, that I'm saying what I'm saying and it's clear, right? Because I'm doing what it says to do and it works. But I'm trying to get them to see it and they don't understand. I'm the one with the crown on, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Continue.
Be like the ant.
Be like the ant. So hold on. Let me explain this saying.
Please. Oh my goodness.
Okay? Because right now, you're going to hear from my father exactly how I see you. Okay? Be like the ant. This is a straight command. So work diligently to get out. And then when you get here, you're going to work diligently in agriculture, following the plan for all seasons, and we're going to prepare for tomorrow. When are we going to prepare for tomorrow? Today. So you start by giving to prepare for your tomorrow of being here. Then when you get here, we're going to work the plan that we were given, the agricultural plan, to prepare for tomorrow for the going in to Zion, to be at the mountain, to have enough for ourselves and for the brethren who didn't listen, right?
Yes.
And then we work the next plan for the what? The gaining back of the land and the building of the nation for tomorrow, when we have all of Jerusalem and all of our brethren regathered together. Then we continue working up the plan for tomorrow for the taking back the fullness of our borders. Then we prepare for tomorrow when we have to fight the skirmishes from the haters and the other nations, getting prepared for tomorrow when Gog and Magog come. To be prepared for tomorrow, for after we defeat Gog and Magog, and we stand face to face in perfection before the Most High, and receive the reward for having kept the law and extended our lives for 1,000 years, to get ready for tomorrow, where there's a whole new thing that the Most High has yet to explain. But we have eternal life, so we don't care. Right? Having the body of angels, we don't care. People see us and we can change our appearance and become something else, and we're dealing with a new situation. We can be ourselves, we can be something else, but we keeping the law so perfect, we appear like light physically unto them. We will have the healing of the restoration of Adam, the next tomorrow. Did y'all catch all of those preparations? Because I know you didn't know the plan. Did they know that?
I don't know.
I know they didn't. I know they don't know.
Maybe you said it in class. Maybe.
No, I know they don't know. You know how I know they don't know?
They ain't doing it.
Because they nobody do it for me. I'm 40 something, and if any of you knew, and you older than me, and you wasn't out here doing this, you a liar. Because you would have done it knowing what the reward was. You know, there's a reward for sitting in this chair and doing it this way. I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you. You're going to have to find that on your own, right? I don't know when you're going to find the time to find it, and I know you don't have the comprehension, but eventually I'll get there and I'll read it to you at that time, because right now you have to work on the first part, which is sending the money here to prepare for the tomorrow when you get here. You understand? When going all the way back to the beginning. If you don't take step 1, you can forget about step 7. Everybody want to get to step 7, Gog and Magog. No, that's not right now. Are you dumb? Continue.
Be like the ant, sluggard.
Be like the ant. You sluggard. You want to know? Because you the lazy one. You the one out there not working to get out. Solomon said you're lazy. You're a sluggard. Tell me Solomon lying.
No, he ain't lying.
He ain't lying, right?
No.
Because they got the money for the house, the car. They'll continue to make those payments.
Sure will.
And get in those overpriced usury agreements, right?
Yeah.
They got every answer for money. They in the stock market, in the crypto, and everything else, right?
Yeah, and the
You
LLC,
the sluggard.
And don't forget the new
business,
LLC now.
The new hustles and scams and how to get rich on TikTok and Facebook and how to make, and you're getting this money and you're not putting it towards getting yourself out of your situation, right? Because you're in agreement with your friend. Yeah, you see how this relates back to the first sentence? You sluggard, you. So if you don't accept that if you don't start working on this, you're the sluggard that Solomon is talking about, then you lack sense. You're the fool. And the fool, the Most High does not speak to. He lets you dream up your own plan into your own destruction, and he ensures you receive it in full. You iron up another t-shirt, and someday you'll be on it. Yay! Everybody's so creative. Continue.
Observe its ways and be wise.
Okay, so observe these ways which Solomon is instructing and be wise. Observe the ant. So you're going to work diligently in agriculture and plan for all seasons and prepare for tomorrow. Okay?
For it has no harvest.
I need a cup. All right. Okay? So you have to observe the ant's ways and be wise, for it has no harvest, as also no commander and no ruler. Okay? So the ants, right? They don't plant seeds and grow food. We do, and we have to, right? The ant has no commander. Okay? There's no leader of this organization. Yet, they do have a working order, each one according to how they are born.
I'm sorry, I read ahead. I'm sorry.
And the ant has no king, no ruler. They have a queen, and all she do is make more ants, and then they work together as a collective, each one understanding what their job is and their level in the colony. You have a ruler. You have a harvest that has to be planted and grown in this season so that we can catch the latter harvest, right?
Yes.
I keep talking. I keep talking. So I need to see some movement so there can be a latter harvest. And you're going to be made commanders, right? If I'm sitting in the ruler seat, the ant don't have commanders. You're going to be made commanders. You get first opportunity. You become born first. You get priority, seniority. Now, you don't obey the rules, you ain't gonna get no seniority. The one that come after you will be appointed over you because you're boo-boo the fool. Continue.
It prepares in summer its food.
So it prepares in summer its food. What season are we in?
Spring right now.
We're in spring. We got one more month before summer. Literally 5 weeks. You see the prophecy?
Yes, I do.
Because the first month of summer is the month of Gidon. It used to be Tammuz, but on account of my obedience to the word, this is my memorial forever that you will know in the second redemption in this time that I did this work in the name of Allah and rescued my people. I redeemed my brothers, myself, and my father's house first, and then Jerusalem second, and the house of Israel third. See how that works?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you see how it's all coming together?
Yes, sir. I see it.
One step, right?
One step, one step.
All right. So they prepares food in summer. So we got to buy the land and get farming now in the summertime. You got 5 weeks. So we can catch the latter rains and the latter harvest and go into next year. Okay?
Okay.
So be like the ants and be here in the beginning of the summer. Be like the ants. Send this money in this next month so we can be like the ants, like Solomon commands. Otherwise, die. You understand? We got it? You see how it says it clear? Oh, you knew, right? That's what you knew? No, you didn't know because nobody did it last summer. Nobody did it the summer before that. Nobody did it the summer before that. Okay? And when I say nobody, I literally mean nobody. Though I was here and I'm calling and I'm a teaching and I'm a training and I'm a learn. Well, I did it because I bought the land. Remember, I had all the crops out there and I had for the sheep because I had bought some sheep. And so I had started without you. But I alone don't count. I was obeying the instruction of my fathers. See that?
And the ant works with colonies, don't they?
They have a tribe. They have colony, yes. So continue. Continue.
And heaps up at harvest its sustenance.
It heaps up at harvest. So it starts in summer. What's the next season? The harvest season. Oh. Oh, look. Everyone's so creative. Oh,
Oh, good.
would you look at that? Summer and harvest. Oh, it's the very next season. For what? Sustenance, food. What will people say when they go to work? I gotta put food on the table. So you go to work to go buy food from the same slave master. Do you know how many people in America, they work at the chicken factory at Tyson, right?
Yes.
Then they take their paycheck and go to Walmart and buy Tyson chicken.
Oh my goodness, the ignorance.
To make Tyson rich again. The money never left Tyson.
No.
So Tyson have sustenance and you don't. And you lend all your work to make them strong. Now we're going to stop. We're going to get our own sustenance, huh? Right? We grow our own food, grow our own chickens, right? Grow our own sheep, goats, everything we need to both offer to the Most High that He may bless us. We'll get into that a little bit later. Okay? So sustenance. We're going to grow vegetables. We're going to grow herbs. We're going to grow, right? Fruit. Have fresh fruit juices. And we're going to drink the water from our own cisterns, right? Which is here in the land from our fathers, buying it back. No time for war. We're in no condition to fight.
Right.
We're going to buy it back and work together with our father's house and the tribes of it, right? We're going to speak the same language with them so we can communicate. Huh? Yeah. It's working good, right? And everybody thought this was a book of just sayings. Oh, sagey advice. This is why I have to write the instruction here. Continue.
How long will you lie asleep, you sluggard?
How long you gonna stay asleep? Everybody claiming woke, and ain't nobody out here doing this yet. You still sleep, you sluggard, get up. Continue.
And when will you arise from your sleep?
When you gonna get out of bed? Oh, I'm woke. Well, get up out of bed, wash up, clean yourself, and put on your work clothes, get back in uniform, and do what you're supposed to be doing. In your father's house, in your father's land. You sluggards. Supposed to be woke.
Their uniforms are Power Ranger suits and curtain fringes.
I'm here. Look, I'm dressed in uniform. You see my crown? See? Right? You see my tefillin? You see my garment?
That's the uniform.
I'm in uniform.
No,
I didn't even bust out the armband yet, but the armband is ready.
no curtain fringes.
No curtain fringes.
It's fringe
No
on its
hyenas on
own.
his shoulders.
No hyenas and no big lion heads.
Continue.
A little sleep, a little slumber. You fold your hands for a little while to rest.
So a little sleep, a little slumber, you fold your hands for a little while to rest. And what happens to these people that do this? Because it's talking to you. Because I'm out here. I've been out here. This way, I'm not included in the mess now when I'm talking, like all your other teachers, right? Right, Farrakhan? Right, King Kong Consciousness? They out there with you still asleep. That's the difference between a real teacher and a false teacher. The real teacher whom the Most High sends will be out here doing it first before your face. In your face, he's doing it. So that he's not included in the sin with you when he talks to you, so he can lead you out the sin. Can't lead you out and they in it with you. Let us buy land in Texas. Let us buy land in Virginia. You know,
Go to Utah.
I was thinking Africa, but you know.
Let's buy land in Africa. You're drinking water out of somebody else's well. It's not yours. It's not from your father's house. Continue.
And your poverty and want come and overtake you.
You do this, and your poverty and your want for freedom, your want for equality will overtake you. Your want for justice, because you're not going to have none of that. Right? You will die, and you will not pass it on. They will come and devour it up, and the next generation is back where you tried so hard to get out of. Right? You don't believe me? Go to the Neverland Ranch. Go to the Prince Mansion. Nothing left in nobody. It sits and lies in ruin. As a testament to that, you're not getting out of this. Continue.
Like an industrious man.
So it will overtake you like an industrious man, meaning they're going to continue to steamroll you like a man who's like Johnson and Johnson, right? This company, they just bulldozer. Like BlackRock, right? They own everything, right? They own Hollywood. They own all the production. They're industrious. The factory never closed. It run 24 hours, right? They got different shifts. That's an industrious man. Okay? DuPont, the Rockefellers, these are industrious men. I'm talking to you in America so you can understand what I'm saying. But these types of companies are everywhere. Continue.
An oppressor, a wrongdoer, goes about with crookedness of speech.
Okay. So, an oppressor and a wrongdoer goes about with crookedness of speech. Okay. So now you want to understand smooth, slick talk with a lot of promises, doing hand signs and power hand signs that they learned from whatever about so-and-so's laws of power and mudras and whatever else, right? Most of says that's an oppressor. Right? He makes signs with his eyes. Right? Andrew Tate, this is an oppressor. Farrakhan, this is an oppressor. King Kong Consciousness, this is an oppressor. All the celebrities, these are oppressors.
Yeah.
All of them. All. ALL. The up and coming and rising star, the one that sits at the top of the list, and all the ones in the middle. All of these are oppressors. We'll be right back after this. All right, and we back. So, an oppressor, a wrongdoer, goes about with crookedness of speech, meaning he doesn't say what he means, he doesn't mean what he says, and he doesn't speak from his father's, in this case, Solomon's instructions. Period. Doing it Solomon's way. Period. 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 So now you can tell the fake from the real. If somebody says, hey, let's go do business in Africa, they're an oppressor and a wrongdoer. If they say, hey, let's go work with this other guy, they're an oppressor and a wrongdoer. Let's get land over here, let's get land over there, hey, they're an oppressor and a wrongdoer. Right? They are. I don't care who they are. I don't care how famous they are. I don't care how good they look. I don't care how bad they look. It doesn't matter about the look. Crookedness of speech. He has to want to do what Solomon says, Solomon's way. Right? And the only way to do it, the proper way under full instruction, right, Working with the people that the Most High has said to work with is to work with me. There's only one. This is how the Most High makes it simple. Let's go to Ghana. An oppressor and a wrongdoer. Let's go to South Africa. An oppressor and a wrongdoer. Right? Let's go to Congo. Let's go. An oppressor and a wrongdoer. It's crookedness of speech. They're not speaking from the honor of their father's house. You cannot have redemption going outside of the righteous instruction, which I'm reading to you. Okay? Continue.
He makes signs with his eyes and stamps his feet.
He makes signs with his eyes. He stamps his feet.
And makes signs with his fingers.
And makes signs with his fingers.
He is twisted in his heart.
He is twisted in his heart. He's telling you all the stuff they do, right? Oh, if he, you could tell if he sitting there and his hands have to be, and he has to speak and making signs with his eyes because all right. He's twisted in his heart because he's talking against his father's instructions. Nowhere in the instructions says you have to make some finger signs and hand signs and use this and use it. Don't say none of this. Okay? Quickness of speech. He stamps his feet, right? You got to be an alpha. Hey, what? What? None of this makes no sense. You got to follow your father's instructions if you a son of Jacob. You ain't got to be nothing else. Oh, 6 figures. Shut up. So, I'm the prime. No. All of you are sluggards right now until you do what the Most High says do. Continue.
He is twisted in his heart and plots evil.
Oh, see? All of them are twisted in their heart and they only plot evil.
At all times sows discord.
And at all times they sow discord. All times. So you're going to see this. They're going to be putting this one against that one, and that one against this one. Either you with the me or you with the them. And this one is that this one is wrong because of this, and this one is all right because of and blah 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 blah. And Farrakhan said, and so said, and Jamie Foxx said, and blah 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 said. All talk, no doing. So we start back, and this is keeping in context with chapter 5. Heed the instructions and follow them. Keep silent. You will gain wisdom and understanding in the work. So when it requires giving, give. When it requires working, work. What it requires doing, do. When it requires resting, rest. So yes, you're going to have to break some agreements, right? Just like in the coming out of Egypt, take out loans and do everything you need to get the money and get out with the silver, the gold, the money, and exchange it in the land. You're not going to see your captivity anymore. See? See that?
Yes, sir.
See that?
Yes, sir.
So you're going to get the stuff. I don't care what they tell you. Get the stuff, and then you're going to leave and abandon the agreement. Thus breaking it.
Yep.
If you don't listen to this instruction, what do you get?
Therefore his ruin will come suddenly, and suddenly he will be broken, and he will have no healing.
Okay. So now that I've told you this, the people who do this, they will suddenly come to ruin and suddenly be destroyed. So I told you, everybody you leave behind, they will be dying in a few months. It is what it is. Well, the Most High is not going to kill everybody. You right. He's not going to kill everybody. But because you done heard this video and you watched it and you're not doing it, I promise he'll kill you. You heard me?
Yes, sir.
Because that's the price. When I told you before you watch this video, understand if you are of the seed of Jacob and you don't follow these instructions, you're going to die. Later on, it will apply extendedly throughout the nations as they become aware of this teaching. You're just here early. And if you're watching this at a later time, then you already know that what I've said has already come to pass and that we are continuing and will be here, and you will come in and follow suit the same way for the nations that will find this video at a later date, which is why I'm leaving it posted on YouTube. See, while I'm working, I'm not talking. I just want you to know my job is not to be the great talker. Okay? I only talk at the appointed times where it's said to talk about the said subject. When I'm working, I'm working. I stop talking, right? This is like Noah, right? He taught, he preached, he taught the law, the understanding of what needed to be done for X amount of time and what was to come after and how they needed to prepare for now and after and people supposed to give and support. The only ones that gave and support and worked was Noah and his sons, and they survived. They had one other survivor, this Og, but this is what the Most High willed for the testing of us with this new Nephilim generation, aka European white people. You understand? They all get destroyed suddenly. So now is the time for the second culling. The first one was the flood. Now we come to the next one. There's only one more after this. And that's the one where we follow the instructions and exercise judgment, having the power to do so in our hand. Understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. So they're going to die suddenly. So ain't no sense in investing in the wicked. I mean, you could do what you want. If I was you, I'd be around. I got breaking agreements like crazy instead of making myself a slave to my friend, right? Or committed to a stranger because they're a strange one. These people are the Hagari. What? Strange ones. They don't keep my father's law, customs, and traditions. Why are you supporting them? Blood related or not? They're getting ready to die. I'm going to get $1 million casket to put my granddaddy in the grave. You've never seen $1 million in your life. Why would you put this in the dirt? Wrap your grandfather up in a white cloth and bury him. He's a dud.
Oh my goodness.
Never mind. Go ahead. Continue.
6 are the things which Allah hates.
So these are the 6 things which the Most High hates,
And his soul despises 7.
and his soul despises 7. It is an abomination of which all abominations lead to what?
Death.
Death. Okay? So let's go. Let's hit the list.
Haughty eyes.
Haughty eyes. Haughty eyes is vanity. Right? I look good, so I deserve. I'm wealthy, so I deserve to be able to. I bribe because I'm rich. This is vanity. This is haughty eyes. Okay? I should because, and you, this is haughty eyes. Right? I'm a child of Israel, so I'm supposed to get, and you supposed to this haughty eyes. Okay? Trying to obtain something without doing the work is haughty eyes. You understand? What else?
And a false tongue.
A false tongue. A false tongue says one thing and means something else, or means one thing and says something else, or talks against the instruction of the forefathers and the judgment of the forefathers. So you talk against the judgments and the things that Abraham taught and did. You talk against the things that Isaac, Jacob, Moses, Joseph, going down the line to now Solomon, which is where we are now, right? The pinnacle of the Israelite kingdom, right? And you're talking against this judgment because you have a better view. This is a false tongue, period. So since I'm giving it to you straight and verbatim, right? Straightforward and literally, you cannot say that my tongue is false. I'm doing and saying exactly what it says, and I'm walking in it, which shows that I am a believer. But I'm not a believer because I believe. Oh, I believe. No, it's because I'm doing. You really believe this is going to work? I'm out here doing it? Yes.
Right.
Give me 1 second. Okay? Continue.
And hands which shed innocent blood.
Hands that shed innocent blood. This works two ways. You're plotting it, you're helping others do it, right? You're plotting it. You yourself, I'm going to go out, rob, steal, hustle, this, do whatever I got to do to get whatever I got to get in these streets, right? You're plotting it yourself. You're joining a gang. You're joining this, right? You're joining a group. Let us make flags and go down and get this from Congress. That's one way to shed in some blood, right? The other way, giving people unlawful advisement. You don't know the way, you don't know the path, and you keep giving out this unlawful advice. Well, you should go down there and pay child support. No, the law states this woman divorced her husband. She used to go out with nothing. Nothing is nothing.
Yep.
That's not even the children. She don't go out with the children. The children supposed to go with the father. You don't like that, right? Yeah, that's the false tongue. I don't care. I'm going to lose some folk now.
Oh, yes.
So what? We're not supposed to get child support and alimony? And no. You leave him. You free from him. Go marry another.
Yes.
You don't like that part. I know y'all away from me now. Y'all hate me now. Well, go ahead. I don't care. Turn it off. Your death comes suddenly. Next.
A heart which devises evil thoughts.
You see that?
Yes, sir.
A heart which devises evil thoughts. So if you love the Babylonian way, the Babylonian system, your heart is devising evil thoughts. Well, I think this is a good thing that they used to do. I don't think this is bad. Heart that devises evil thoughts. Okay? A good thought is doing it. I'm going to just do it the way Solomon said and just walk it out. Well, Rabbi Sheikh is teaching, he got it down pat. He got a good grasp on it. He's leading us in the right way. He's telling us to do it this way. Well, as long as he keeps telling us to do it this way, I'm going to follow. That's the bare minimum. That's a heart that's not devising evil thoughts. Well, Jamie Foxx said, Otis Redding said, right? What's that other old guy? He used to always give out all of that advice. Dr. Sabi said,
Yeah.
what's the other one? He was an actor. What's his name?
He's alive.
Dick Gregory said.
Dick Gregory.
All of those people, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, blah, 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 all of them, all falsehood, because they didn't tell you what to do that Solomon said.
Mm.
Right? Because this is the way of redemption. This is the instruction of redemption. This is the laws and commands of Solomon. The name of this book should not be Proverbs. Even though Proverbs, sayings are in it. You guys didn't even know Proverbs is the word sayings, right?
No, I wasn't aware of that, sir.
Proverbs is sayings. Sayings is Proverbs. These are not just his sayings. This is his commands. Which is why I titled this The Seal of Solomon, because it is Solomon's orders. Solomon's order, right? Which was hidden in sayings and commands and sealed up until his son, who understands his language and blessed with his gift, could unfold it to you, which is the proof of who Mom is. You think they see it now? I don't think so either, but. So thinking outside of my instruction, contending against me, speaking against me, working against me, trying to do something outside of what I'm instructing to do is a heart that devises evil. Continue.
And feet which hasten to run to wickedness.
Feet which hasten to do wickedness. So when you hear the next new idea, you get a little shaky about what I'm saying, and you start to go investigate that, and you start to go in that way, and you start to work towards that. Okay? So a heart that devises evil thoughts, he says, how can I also do something and get away with it? I know it's not right, but I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that we should suffer for this thing because, how you personally feel. Right? And someone who is ready to do something wicked. Hey, yo, we could get a brick. We could grow some weed and we can get into that. And no, none of that is going to work. Right? Food more important than drugs. I don't care what nobody told you. People eat more than they get high. As a matter of fact, the people who get high still eat.
They eat more.
How you gonna grow weed before food?
I'm just saying. I've heard these dumb ideas, and I just go the other way. But I'm just saying, people be quick when they think that something is going to turn them and become profitable quickly. They go in that way. Let's get on Bitcoin. Let's get on this. Let's get on that. You say, let's get on the land. Let's farm. Oh my goodness.
That's what we supposed to be doing.
But they don't, that's how you know. So anything outside of this instruction, which I'm telling you from Solomon, which you are reading from Solomon, because I gave you the book, right? Free. Right? You were supposed to buy all the books so you could cross-reference the material. You didn't want to do that, right? The only person who actually bought everything, right, was the wife of the Prime Minister of Jamaica. Okay? So I take it she's watching everything and, watching the videos. I could see her there, but I know that she's just observing. Mm-hmm. But this will bear witness when the war breaks out in a few months.
Yeah.
And then all the people die. And then there's no salvation for Jamaica until later. Right? The islands await.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. There's no real urgency because they ain't hitting them yet.
It ain't hitting them yet. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Continue.
A false witness who speaks untruth.
A false witness who speaks some truth. All right. So that's speaking against the anointed one. We went over those, right?
Yes.
They did it to Joseph. They did it to Moses.
Yes.
They did it to Jacob. All right. Laban spoke against him. Speaking against the anointed one and or agreeing with any false statement. So you hear this plan and you start thinking against it. You are a false witness. Right? If I see anybody coming here saying anything about the war is none of your business. The nations got to go down so Zion can come up. The Most High promised not to give the nations any rest. Shut up. Don't talk about peace. Don't talk about freedom. Don't talk about nothing. You're supposed to be getting yourself out of your situations. Right? Let them go through what they want. Quit this, because when the nations is at peace, you remember how it was? Right? You don't remember. You didn't have nothing as a people, and you still don't. And you're not gonna, and they're not gonna give it to you any old way. They only give it to you because the Most High tearing them down. Let them fall. What are you trying to save them for? I know eyes that pity the wicked. See, that goes right there.
Yes. Yes.
And what?
Whoever spreads strife between brothers.
Whoever spreads strife, which is discord, which is causes conflict, beef between brothers, right? The Most High hates that above all else. That's one thing I don't do. I stay away from all 7 of these. You have to hate these things too. So if you don't hate these things, you are wicked. Don't bother coming here. You're going to get yourself killed. Or you're only going to get yourself put out. So you have to hate these things. Do you hate these things? How about you?
Yes, sir.
How about you? It's your opportunity now to change your opinion. So you have to love what the Most High loves, which is polygynous marriages. You have to love, right? Coming out to farm and build a nation and getting reorganized. You have to love me. And you have to love the order I set you in and the instructions I'm giving you in order for us to succeed. Because I'm giving it to you straight from Solomon. Right? The fact that I'm telling you, and I wrote out this book so you can have these instructions, shows you I understand what Solomon is saying and these little baby steps to get out of our current situation, which consists and start with you giving. Okay? Don't come empty-handed. Okay? Land ain't prayed for. It's paid for.
Oh, goodness.
I'll be right back after this. On the film. All right. All right.
Oh, goodness.
So you gotta help. You gotta help yourself by hating these things. Right? So this way you don't have to imagine it. Right? You got the teaching now. You have the books. And you books too. So you have Proverbs, right? Right? From the Targums, from Jonathan Ben Uziel. Actually, the Targums is actually from Ezra. So you have the Targums, you have the sayings, and you have the instructions removed out and explained to you from the sayings. Together. 2 books in one. So the seal, the hidden book of Solomon, has now been unlocked. See, only the son who had the key could unlock the book. See that?
Yes, sir.
It's not about the seal of Solomon, not about, his ring. That's just as a signature. Okay? I have my own signature I can write with a pen. Okay? It's just seal, you sign it. Okay? Now the seal unlocked by his son, because the whole time the book he says, "My son, you in the end, here, do this." Okay? So hating these things and keeping these choices and following these instructions will advocate for you. So let's see how that says.
Keep, my son, the command of your father.
So keep the commands of your father. So these are Solomon's commands. You have to keep them. So that's how you prove you're Solomon's son. Hi, nice to meet you. I know you didn't know that there was still a line of the kingship and there was a preservation of the order, the customs, and traditions. But I've been sitting here waiting for you because you, the sluggard, you, the one sleep and won't get out of bed to work your own repentance for your own salvation. So keep, my son, the commandments of your father, and
Do not forget the law of your mother.
don't forget the law of your mother. So it's like keep these choices and follow these instructions. Love the law like you love your mother. Right? And for those of you, because some of you in toxic relationships, you don't even like your mom. You hate your mom. But I happen to love my mother very much. Mistakes and all. Right? I've always wanted the best for my mother. And I've always wanted to keep and be good in my mother's eyes. So keep the law, love the law like you love your mother. Keep the law above your mother's commands. You have to make an exchange because you're going to lose your mother if she's an idol worshiper. You're going to lose your mother if she's going to break this law. So you're going to have to exchange your father and your mother for this law. Did you hear what I said?
Yes, sir. Yes.
I know I went out in the deep on that one, but I'm really elaborating.
It needs to be elaborated.
Right? You have to exchange your father and mother from your birth for this.
Yes.
And now Solomon becomes your father. You see that?
Yeah.
And his wife become your mother. And now you come into what? The princedom. You come into the house of David with me. I will set you in order. Even if you are not of Judah or not of directly the bloodline of David, this no matter. The teaching the same because the house of David is about the council. The council of what? The council of rulership. You understand? So you can be any of the tribes and be within the house of David.
Yes.
The house of David was called the city of David.
Yes.
All tribes were represented therein.
Yes, sir.
Because from there, all the instruction for the rest of the nation was poured out. Each nation has its own mayors and governors and chiefs, right?
Yes, sir.
Each nation. So there's 12 nations. So you look at the other tribes as they are nations, but they have their general practices in their land. But the house of David, the city of David, is the council which governs all of it. It is and if you're from America, it is the federal government, right? So that we are confederate, right? We are joined together, and there is a governing body to govern the divided governing bodies, right? So instead of 50 states, we only have 12.
Right.
Right? And that's just on the Itz Hakim side, but I govern more than 12. Oh, what? Yeah. In time, I will end up governing 36 of my father's house, and then the 70 other nations after the plagues.
Mm-hmm.
See,
Yeah.
I took them deep there.
Yeah.
They don't know.
No.
They don't know.
No. And what a lot of the problem is everybody's trying to build their own houses, but the instruction says that the house of David has to be built first.
And has to redeem the other ones.
Right.
So you don't get support. I have support. Okay? I have support for myself. I have support. So, but you don't get the other ones going outside of the instruction. So, let's get in the instruction. One step, one step. Okay? We move it. Continue reading.
Bind them to your heart constantly.
Bind them to your heart constantly. Remind yourself. Remind yourself. This is how you write it upon the table to your heart. You repeatedly listen to these teachings. You review them. You're going to hear something new or read something new if you get the literature and you hear the talkings. You're going to see things, especially in this one. You're going to have to listen to it repeatedly to keep yourself refreshed about where you're going, to keep yourself reminded about where you're going. That's why these classes be so long, so that you can continuously dig in and I can show you how fast I can go, I can run, so that you have the materials and I can take you deeper and deeper, building the next blocks or showing you the next building blocks and how it all flows together.
Yes.
So you're going to have to pay attention to this class a lot. Because after this one, I hope to be running around this land, consuming it, buying it up, right? In preparation for you. Continue.
And tie them around your neck.
So these commands are the yoke of the law. Obeying them literally shows that you are within the covenant, no longer cursed. So you have to bind it around your own neck. This is the yoke of the covenant, the chain of the covenant, the sign of the covenant, which leads to the Shabbat. Okay? 6 days shall you work, and on the seventh day you shall rest. This is the sign of the covenant, the Shabbat. You read it wrong. 6 days shall you work, the covenanted work, the Shabbat work, and the seventh day you shall rest, the covenant of rest. You have to keep all to have the sign of the covenant, the working and the rest. Now, this is what we are working on.
They think it's just the rest. I was there too. Believe me, I was there too. Yes. Yes.
Continue.
When you go forth, it will accompany you.
Oh, so now when I go to work in it, this instruction is accompanying with me. It is going with me so that I only do it the way the Most High wants, and only the people who can do that thing will be before me and will remain with me. Everyone else, they're going to ask me to do something, and I can check the instruction and go, French woman? No, 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 no. African woman? No, no, I don't accept. No, no. You see, I can avoid the snares and the pitfalls because I have the instruction. I can just check. What you doing? Oh, I'm an American. Oh, yeah, weave, dressing like a sharmuta, a prostitute. No, my father said no. I cannot take. Yes, you are very beautiful, very thick. Goodbye. Hey man, we opening up a new company. It'll be real prosperous. You know what I'm saying? Right now, we get into the what's the name? I want to hire you on as a manager, and you can come work for us down in whatever place. But this has nothing to do with the land and obeying Solomon. No, you know what? I'm getting out of all of this. You can keep it. Okay?
When you sleep, it will keep watch over you.
Protection.
Keep reading.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So listen. So when you sleep, it'll keep watch over you. So meaning that, right? It'll work for you in your sleep, right? You don't have to worry about whether your plan succeeds or fails being contingent upon something else. This guaranteed to work 100%. You have to work in this and it will work. You have to obey this and get an order and it's 100% guaranteed to work. So you don't have to sleep worrying about it. You don't have to worry about if the money's being spent properly. You want to know why? Because you gave it. You got your tickets. You're coming. And when you get here and we own the land, you know. Oh, no, they know what they're doing. Wow, we got a lot to do. I could just focus on this. You're not worried about that. That's not your priority or your prerogative. Your prerogative sits in getting back to the land and learning and becoming the people. So it's 100% guaranteed because wicked people can't say this to do it because they won't. They're not out here. They don't have the birthright. They don't have the plan. They don't have the connections. They don't have the authority. So they don't do it. They don't want to. They want wealth and treasure. I want to get rich. I want to get a lot of money. I want to get a bag. I want to travel. I want to see the world. I don't want to see nothing except my father's house. The end. Okay? I want to finish his instruction. The end. I don't want nothing else. My father said have sheep. I want sheep. I like sheep. You know what? I love sheep. Let's get a lot of them. I almost choked on that. I'm okay. I'm getting over the last of this cold. Continue.
Oh, quick question. So you know how in the previously it says tie them around your neck?
Mm-hmm.
I keep reading that and I'm thinking, is that like for the women how we have to wrap a hijab?
Yeah, it's same thing. Like you wrap it around or like you put oxen in a yoke. You tie it around your neck as this is your covering. You are no longer exposed to the nation. So like a woman putting on a hijab, this your hijab. As a man, right? And as a daughter of Zion, the daughter of Israel, this your covering. This your hijab. Bind it around your neck. It's your covering. It's what covers you to not be naked and exposed to the nations to be used like a whore. You understand? You understand?
Sir.
It's a covering for you.
Yes, it is.
Right? Like the oxen, when he's treading out, he has the yoke upon his neck that he may plow the field. Right? It's not a heavy burden on the oxen to plow the field. He's this very strong beast. This is a very light thing. Now I need some water. I'm getting dry. It's empty. All right, we'll be back after this. Oh, never mind. I got water right here. All right. All right, continue reading. Oh, y'all writing. I forget. They in class too. They over here writing up these notes just to show
I
you,
had a question. So I was like, and it kept like it going around in my head. I said, I'm gonna just ask it.
just to show you the truth about the study, right? This is my wife. She writing down notes for herself and learning. Because my level has gone up so high over the 8 years.
Yeah, say that again after 8 years. Still writing notes.
Notes. I'm advancing. Yesterday's instruction, not today's instruction, and I have to change from yesterday to today and accept the instruction. And they're writing. So they getting this class too because they are needed to lead women. There's going to be a team effort. They're going to be guides. This one, because she has to come through the way of redemption, she's going to lead by example the way of redemption. This one, because she is a virgin, she can lead the virgins in the way of the virgin daughters so that they don't require redemption.
Hey.
Okay.
Okay, I got it. Did I read the sleep?
Yeah, when you sleep, this instruction will watch over you, it will protect you, it will cover you, and it will continue to be with you so that you have success in your sleep.
And if you awake.
And if you awake, meaning if you get up now and follow this instruction, go get some money, give it over here, get out of all of your agreements, and come after 5 weeks. Okay? So you have to give, and that gives me time to get what's necessary for you to come after 5 weeks. So we need you to get some money now and prepare to come then. Okay? If you awake, which means if you obey this instruction, you sluggard who's asleep, keeping the context of the conversation, it will be your advocate, it will be your lawyer, it will testify for you that you are doing righteously. The doing testifies for you.
Well, I know that you know, but this sounds just like Pegama and Liziku.
It is. You're not parlaying with words. You're silent. That's leziku. You shut up and accept the instruction and do it. And it'll be reckoned to you for righteousness. And pigama, when you doing the instructions, it will protect you in your sleep and while you wake up. Nothing can speak against you. Except those appointed over you to correct you, to keep you in the way, with correction and chastisement from the instruction, right? So a correction is, okay, we worked on this. We have to stop now and work on this side in a different way. But you said we have to finish. We'll come back. The instruction now is stop now and work on this. So you always have to update your information. It's not working in the day-to-day. Just because I tell you the end result, it's not working day-to-day in the same way.
Right.
Did you catch that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm just trying to be clear.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
And if you awake, it will be for your advocate. For the commandment is a lamp, and the law is a light.
Whoa. So the commandment is the lamp. You understand?
Yes.
So what is a lamp? A lamp is the container of which you control, right? Or aim the light in the darkness. Okay? So the lamp is the flashlight, and the law is the light bulb. Okay? So the lamp and the light bulb, right? And it's all connected to the circuit and on all the time. Okay? But they function together. Okay? So now you have the law, right? These are the rules and the guidelines, but it's lighting everywhere. Okay? The commandment given to the leader, and he have a flashlight, and he can see the path, and he knows the direction and the way to go, and what not to go, because the leader have the flashlight, he can see the way. Everybody else, put one hand on the shoulder of the next, and we will go together in a straight line on the righteous path. In order. See that?
Yes.
Continue.
In the way of life are chastisement and correction.
The way of life, the path of life, is only chastisement and correction. From where? From the righteous fathers. They tell you what to do, they tell you what to don't do. What they say don't do, you don't do. What they say do, you do. Where they say do it, we do it. When they say do it, we do it. And all of them meet at different junction points. There is a when, a where, a what, and a how. Why? So we can live, dummy. I'm not trying to die. I'm sick of dying. I don't want any more t-shirts. No more RIP. Why are we getting this type of rest? I don't want this rest. I want to rest from the death. That's what I want. Okay? So keeping these choices and following these choices, these instructions, this will be your advocate. The doing of these things, they will advocate for you here. Because those who rise up against you to receive the punishment they hope to get. Those who rise up against you will receive the punishment they hope to get. Because that's all they're working for. Example, those who spoke against me know the punishment for the accused crime is banishment and death. Right? Everybody who spoke against me in doing what this book said to do, that I was doing for the last 7 years, they all knew that the punishment was banishment and death. It didn't take long, but they were banished, and they can never return. This is a death sentence in the coming plagues. You understand? So this is Solomon explaining it, and then I explained it, right? So when I explained it first, then I say, let's see what Solomon has to say. It's the same. When I say mine first, and then see what Solomon has to say, and the vice versa, you see it's the same. It's a consistent thread. There is one doctrine. Okay? I'm not here to write down new rules. I don't need to. I don't have any. I am here to keep my Father's law. We're going to continue after this. All right, we back. So, the coming plagues. Remember, there's only 4 plagues, but they are just multiplied many, 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 many times over with many, many variations. But it's simply 4: war, wild beast attacks, and wild beasts include locusts and wild animals and bears and lions and everything else, right? Disease, pestilence, plagues. Yeah, it's a curse. All right. So disease and pestilence and corona 5,000, corona omi, corona undi, all of it, right? Scarlet fever, all the diseases, pestilence, right? So you got war, wild beast attacks, diseases, and what's the 4th one? Now, all of these lead to death: war and famine.
Yeah, famine. So.
The last one is famine: war, wild beast attacks, disease, and famine. So if the war start, right, this is going to destroy the food supply. And then there's dead bodies everywhere. And then the animals who don't have food because of the war begin to feast on the dead bodies. After they start feeding on the dead bodies, then you have wild beast attacks because then they start attacking the live ones. And all of this death and attacks also causes multiple diseases because people die and they fill up the rivers of water, they fill up the streets, and it's in the air, the decomposition. This causes mold, this is another disease, and it compounds. Each of these compound upon the other. You see it? So there's only 4 plagues, but how they materialize, and then the sequence and then the order, you will end up with 250. And it will travel with the children of Israel into every country that they go, because they don't come here to become Itzaki Bedouin. Oh, you don't know what that is. It doesn't matter. I'm telling you, that's what it's called. And you have to come and learn how to live it and walk it here, because you can't learn that over YouTube. Because it's keeping Solomon's laws and instructions in the land. You're going to have to come here and follow instruction. Continue.
To keep you from the wicked woman.
And all of this is to keep you from the wicked woman, man. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You see, the woman that comes here and walks in the Father's customs and tradition, this is a righteous woman. The man that comes here and keeps the process with integrity, right, is a righteous man. And then you two going to meet here, not there, here. Now I can understand if both of you come already married and hooked up here, okay? You still gonna have to go through the adjustment, and there's gonna be some additions to the family. I'm just telling you what it is. I'm not gonna lie to you. I have an instruction. It's laid before me on the heavenly tablets. I'm telling you what it is. Okay? All the righteous men will be here, and we will be doing these things together under my instruction, and then under the further guidance of the leaders of whom I will appoint because of their faithfulness and obedience and integrity and loyalty. See how that works? See how that works?
Yes, sir.
So the righteous women and the righteous men will all begin to gather here in one place. Okay? One place. Okay? and you begin to rebuild your families, right? Okay? Allowing each one to go through their process accordingly. Virgins have the virgin path, redeemers have the path of redemption, and the men have their path, right? Because they have to be proven, right? The men have to be vetted out. So they have to be consistent and show the self-control, right? What you want is a sitting there, but you not ready. You just got here, right? Every man get off the plane and ask for, yeah, I want wives. No, you ain't gonna get none without no teaching. You ain't gonna make it. Because the women have an instruction. And I'm going to give the men the instruction in the presence of the women. The men are going to take their correction and chastisement in the presence of the women. So you're going to understand both sides of the coin together so that you know the penalty of your foolish choice trying to jump the gun, and you'll suffer the consequences being put out to your death, banishment, and death. That's the penalty for not following the instructions. Okay? Stay away from wicked and foreign women. Yes, they are beautiful, but it will destroy you, because after you get it together with your brothers and sisters and you see that you got that together, because this will come together, what's going to happen next? Oh, I know what happened next. Let me tell you what happened next. Then the foreigners come in.
Yeah.
Right? They're going to come from Ethiopia. They're going to come from Africa. They're going to come from everywhere. Right? Now you got to sift and sort through whose is real, who's not, and you'll know. You'll know. Don't worry. You'll see it. You'll see. It won't even be difficult. Don't touch the foreign. They beautiful. Don't touch it. Then come the other nations, right? Even some whites. Yeah, they coming. The Gentiles coming. Now they got their jobs. It's already listed in the instructions what they do. So they coming. They have to finish their jobs and finish doing what they do. Period. So, but they coming in their time. Don't touch them neither. You have to show restraint.
I'm just thinking of that brother that saw a strange woman walking by and he went, the Most High is good. And I didn't say nothing. I'm just like,
You ain't gonna be here
woo,
long.
child. Woo! All right.
Yes, they are beautiful, but it will destroy you. And there's no reason to take another man's woman, because this is death. It's a death sentence, and there is no escape, because if you do this, it destroys the soul. So there is no redemption from a man that takes another man's woman. Right? In the case of the redeemers, we have to give them time to process. By the time they get themselves together, any man they will have been with in the past, right?
Yes.
Will be dead. Okay? End the story.
End the story.
Where you get that from? Isaiah chapter 4.
Yep.
You don't pay attention. You don't read and to see that this is the same thing. This is why you got to stay away from the strange woman. You see? Because when they come in for redemption, her man dies. See that?
7-1.
And then after they purge of the filth, what's the filth? all of the indoctrination of Babylon, the customs and traditions of Babylon,
Yep.
right? And they bond together the way they're supposed to, and then choose a husband lawfully from the lot of the righteous men that is there, showing good conduct, which is restraint, and following the smallest of the rules, then you will have the full redemption of the nation at hand. Okay?
Yes, sir.
You understand? All right, continue reading. So this is to keep you from
The wicked woman, and from the smoothness of tongue of the strange woman.
See? Do you
The
keep?
smoothness of tongue.
So you get to keep you away from the wicked woman, which is your brother, your sister who's not in the customs and traditions, not seeking to do this here, right? It is to keep you from her, right? Because you know you come in here and you can pick from here, right? You can pick from inside the keeping of the covenant and not from outside the keeping of the covenant to try to make them proselyte. That don't work. So you keep from the wicked woman and from the strange woman who comes later with smoothness of the tongue. You know what? It's a lot easier to resist the smooth-tongued strange woman, right? And what she got to say? When you got about 6, 7, 8 wives at the house, and you can look at them like, listen, man, I don't need nothing of what you're talking about. Get over there. I'm tired. Move. Oh, but I want to keep you and I love you and this and my breast. And look, I'm thick and beautiful and I cook and I clean. Move. I got 3 women cooking at the house. I got big breasts, little breasts, and medium breasts. I got big butt, no butt, half a butt, tight little round butt. I got all the booties. Leave me alone.
Oh my
goodness. See?
Yeah.
I got them tall, I got them small, I got them thin, I got them thick, I got them big, I got them. Leave me alone.
Wait, brother. You don't need no other woman. I should be enough for you. Just me and you. We can build together.
You dummy. You dummy. I give you one of these houses, and what I will do is tell you, you have to come and sit in the court, and she has to keep this whole house clean and service the whole building, top to bottom. 6 floors.
Whew.
Each floor have 2 apartments and only 2 apartments full, and she has to keep the other apartments that each have 3 and 4 bedrooms. Clean all. Yeah, she wants some sister wives now and provide food for your husband who's sitting in the court. So now you cook, you clean, and you doing all, and you working.
Managing the field. You doing everything. Superwoman.
Nah. I tell you right now, after the first day, she'd be down at the courthouse. I'm sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. I cannot do this. I need help. And you talk about, can we get some handmaids? From where? They have not come in yet. You don't have a handmaid here. You have your sisters, but if you take them, your husband, he will lie with them, being covenanted to him. See, you don't understand that. Okay. So all this is to keep you away from the strange woman and from the smoothness of her tongue. Because them strangers, they don't come in, they're going to be talking slick. Yes. You know, I believe.
Nice soft voice.
Right? The Asian ones come in with the anime voice.
Yes.
All right. Continue.
Moving on. Oh, no, we're not moving on.
No, we not.
Do not desire her beauty in your heart.
So do not say to yourself, nothing. No, I don't like, there's nothing better than my sister who is keeping my law and working in this with me lawfully under Solomon's instructions and Solomon's commands, which I am commanded to give you today. Continue.
So you can hear me. Do not let her lead you astray with her eyelashes.
Oh, we know how this works. They get to
Women
batting them.
buying their eyelashes.
See?
More feather dusters.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay? It's just, she's not beautiful, and no, she's not fine. No makeup, no nothing, with nothing. Leave that alone. You are above it. Moving on, because I've harped on this long enough.
For the words of a prostitute is like a loaf of bread in value.
Okay, so that's the saying about the wicked woman and the strange woman. Right? You understand that?
That means it's cheap.
For the words of a prostitute is like a loaf of bread in value.
Yeah.
Continue. But a married woman preys upon a precious life.
So a married woman preys, right? She's a predator upon a precious life, right? So the married woman, if she's adulterous, especially these one from other, they always preying on some younger dude who's, he's full of young thunder, right? I know that may not make sense to you here, but if you look at the celebrities, what they do, the celebrity basketball wives, when the basketball man continues on and he becomes something else, and then she go whoring herself out to some next up and coming. Right? Now you back on the block though, you got old hoes, and she hold herself out to the old guys, the young guys, and whatever else. But they all fools. Continue.
Surely a man does not put fire in his bosom, and his clothing does not burn.
This is the saying for that. So the adulterous man, listen, man, nobody puts fire, right, in their lap, right? And their clothes don't get burnt. So no matter, don't play with it. You know what I'm saying? This is danger. And it catch on fire, you're gonna be dead, man. This is that dangerous. Okay? If I take a flamethrower and I aim it at you in your lap, there's a good possibility you're gonna die. Okay? Okay? Nor what?
Walk on coals, and his feet are not burnt.
You walk on these high coals, man, your feet gonna get burnt. So no, you can't walk in this way. There's nothing but danger and death and danger. And if you think I'm lying, I'll let Solomon explain it to you so that you can see what I'm talking about. Go ahead.
Thus is the man who goes into the wife of his neighbor to have intercourse with her. Whoever touches her will not be acquitted.
So, I just told you. This destroys your soul. There is no acquittal for this. There is only death. So for the brothers that come here, I don't care if she choose you, you reject her, okay? Unless she take the lawful path of which you don't have the right to reject her. understand?
Oh, yes, I'm clear. Crystal.
How about you?
Oh, very clear.
See?
Yes.
Translucent.
Yes.
So
Yes.
it doesn't matter how she look or whatever. These are the sayings that go with it. You don't walk on hot coals and your feet don't get burnt. This is the saying for the man to ensure so that you understand. You do not go into your neighbor's wife. Don't come up with none of the excuses or none of the sayings from Babylon. I mean, they're so far from me, I got to reach for it, right? Yeah, he ain't hitting it right. There's one, right? He ain't giving her what she need. She need a man like me. Listen, you're not going to be acquitted. You're going to get killed out here. I'm telling you. Okay? You're going, don't come with it because you're going to die. And for the woman, I need a man who, once you get married, you're done. There's no divorce.
Yep.
Divorce here is a death. Oh, you want divorce? No problem. Dig the hole and just bury her here. Then she's a divorced and he's a free. There's no divorce.
Right.
I'm telling you that because this is the way for this generation. It is the price of redemption. And then even in the next generation, divorce will be super hyper limited according to Solomon's instruction. We ain't go that deep, but the emphasis is on the strange women. You're not going to be passed around. You're not dating here. You're going to pick them and you're going to stick with them. And that is the end of the story. You're going to pick them without sleeping with them.
That's right.
There's a process, and you're going to the hands of fate are going to be with you because you're going to take this process. You'll see and you'll know because you'll see the prosperity, the success in the instructions. Right?
Yes.
So, I just want y'all to know that before you get out here. Well, what you mean? How are we going to just take a wife? And you know what I'm saying? I don't know nothing about her. You know she here, right? Good. She at least took the first step in righteousness. If she get together all her elements, right, and do what she's supposed to do, that's it, bro. Marriage is on day one. A man here has to be prepared and have a provision for his wife on day one. My job is to make sure you men have a provision for your wife so you can marry her on day one. Then there is no sin. Yeah, you don't really know her that deep. You have a couple of lawful questions that I'll teach you hands-on in that time. And wedding ceremony. This don't take long. You together. Yeah, together.
Yeah.
Okay? Together. And you grow and develop in the law together. You go through the lawful process, you get the lawful rewards in that. So rejoice in the wife of your youth. You're going to get one. Okay? Just understand that. This is what Solomon is emphasizing.
Yes, he is.
Next.
It is not fitting to be astonished at the thief who steals that his appetite might be satisfied because he is hungry.
Okay. You see this is saying here? Don't be surprised at the person who comes and takes food from the field because they're hungry.
But whoever is
Up. We gonna pause for a second. Now you say, but they stealing. We know. Let them finish. Let him eat. When the nations come, they're going to come and be hungry. You'll know them because they're going to go out there and be so hungry and starving, they're going to go in the fields and steal. Let them eat. There's a price to pay. Because all who come that didn't follow this instruction properly, they come with nothing. They come starving and they have to eat. They're going to eat. So seeing the fruit from the trees, they just want, oh my God. Hey, there's somebody out here just eating. Yeah? All right. When he's finished,
Bless you.
when he's finished eating, he's take what he want to gather, bring him here. We discuss with him. We discuss with her. Maybe he have family. Bring them. Follow him back and invite them to come back here, and we give them some food after we make agreement. We'll be back right after this. Okay, so the thief, he's out there in the field eating because he's hungry. We're not surprised by this. We don't run him off. We don't chase him off. We invite him in. Hospitality. He's a stranger. He's in the desert, right? If you get all the way to us, we know you was a struggle. And when you get to see the food on the trees, you just bite into the pomegranate straight. You bite into the lemon, you just eat it, right? We see you. You go straight to the corn, you eat the corn raw. And you're putting it in your bag because you got to take it back to your people wherever they are. Follow him and invite them back here. Tell him he don't have to steal. Come. Okay? Come. Right? So you say, well, we have a field. Right? Yeah, you have a field. Yeah, you're going to harvest it. And you leave apart a tenth, like a section of the field, and it's for the widows and the orphans. Widows and orphans, you know. These your people, they came back and they just now learning and they're getting their practicing and they're doing the gleaning of the fields because the orphans are young children growing up. The widows is their mothers. You know these your sisterhood. The stranger, you know, because he will be out there. What's he doing out here with those women and the children? This for them to harvest, for their food. Now he's out here, he's so hungry, moving on the Shabbat, moving on the festival day, moving on this time he don't see nobody out here, right? Because he's not going to come out there when everybody out there. He want to be out there in the nighttime when nobody's there. He's out there trying to pick something. You see him. You send your servant, hey, follow this man back to where he's going. You know, he's got his bag because he's going to take it back to his people wherever they are because they're starving because he's hungry. The Most High has afflicted him and he's trying to escape the plagues. You got it?
Yes, sir.
Don't be surprised. This is why I'm telling you all the steps and why we have to grow food, right? Our storages will be full,
Yes.
but the field not empty. There is a snare there to entrap the strangers when they come, which is why we don't clean our trees. We leave some for gleaners.
Yes.
The gleaners, widows, and orphans, these are the women and children you know. When you don't see women and children in your field gleaning, and you see some man over there, you know. Look at this, a stranger over here. He's going to take like a bag of something. Let him take, follow him back. then invite them back here to come and we will give them some food after we make agreement. We discuss with him, we'll give him something to take care about his family. But he's already caught. Got it? And you say, huh? I don't understand, huh? They also say we're supposed to get a servant and this, and this. All right, read the next line.
But whoever is found out will forfeit 7 times over.
Oh, whoever is a found out. So the person come with nothing and come to eat of the field. He's a found out. Right?
Yes.
He's a stranger. He's here because of his affliction to escape. He don't have nothing. He's caught in the field. He's a stealing to eat for because he's a hungry. So he's a found out, and he will what? Forfeit 7 times over. So when he's a come, listen. This not for this not for you. This here for women and children. However, if you and your family's hungry and they need a position and a provision of food, I give you contract and you work in my field for 7 years or until the years of remission, how many is left. And I give you a place to stay and enough food for your family. And at the end of this time, right, there'll be a prorated rate. So you have this 7-year agreement and it's a rate, right? And I give you a rate, right? I give you enough for your family to return to your land and your country and enough seed to begin with, right? Should he be married? If he's a single, he's a single. And I give you enough seed for you to begin with. And you will go in this time and you will sow your land and plant your seed and it will be well with you. You just bring me back 10% of whatever you grow. And I will give you money for your journey and everything else. To somebody starving, that's a fantastic deal. 3 years, no rent, place to stay, food. Yes, but you have to learn our ways, keep our customs and traditions and our laws. This is the exchange. This Solomon's instruction. You'll find the strangers, they'll be stealing. I don't have to worry about my people because I know exactly where I'm going to meet the ones who don't follow this instruction. And then I have the filter points, right? This establishment, which I'm building now, and the third establishment, which I will build in Egypt, and they will become trained and set up, and we will build our communities from education, right? Through education, through hands-on and training, and through appointment and organization and reestablishment. So for the strangers who get caught stealing, they lose 7 times. What's the 7 times? The 7 times is the 7 years. Even the 7 years times 7 years, because if he come in alone and he worked good, I'm gonna give him a wife to keep him till the Jubilee. Because he worked good. And knowing that the situation does not change for his country or his nation immediately. It's not going to be over in a year or two. It's over when it's over. Right? So in the time they come in, I know they're not going out immediately. I know they're not going out to the Jubilees because the deaths have been so great that countries will need time to heal the lands itself, right? He has to go back after the forest and the trees have grown back over time. Then he has to go back and restart the same way we did, from ruins. So what else this man lose?
And the whole fortune of his house he will give up.
And he will give up the whole fortune of his house. Why? Because he's a hungry. So whatever wealth of gold or money he come with, okay. You want to stay here? What you have to offer me, and I will give you this great generosity because you want to stay here for many years.
So this how they be giving up their kings and stuff, huh?
Yep. Hungry. You cannot eat silver, gold, or money.
Mm-hmm.
And when food, right, becomes scarce, you will see. You'll give this up for sustenance, right? Because you can't afford to keep buying food, because if you act like this type of stranger, the only thing you're going to do is run out of money anyway. So you might as well give all of it up for prolonged sustenance. You know you're going to be here for 50 years. Oh, well, they nuked the place. It's going to take a long time before we can return back to our countries and our cities. May we stay with you. But what do you have to offer me that I got to come and mother over you? Can we buy? No, you cannot buy land here. The land is locked. However, if you give me this gold and this is silver, I give you some food and you can sustain yourself until you're ready to go. How much does it cost? How much you got? Well, what if we need to stay here for 20 years? No problem. We have and you can work in our fields. So this will offset your stay.
Right.
Agreement. So now you see why the agreements with the strangers will be handled by the courts.
Right. And what will happen later, not right now.
Not right now. It'll happen at the courts, right? Maybe in that time we'll have a standard agreement because we'll have a standard understanding. But you're talking about the strangers are bumping into new people. What new people know? Nothing. The heads of houses will, right? There'll be many heads of houses, right?
Right.
They will, because they will have been groomed and taught it and walked in it over a period of time. Continue.
Let me see. Whoever commits adultery with a woman is lacking in sense.
Okay, so whoever commits adultery with a woman is lacking in sense, which means he will commit all the sins that Solomon said lack sense. The smallest one. So once you see that little misstep, which Solomon says, this person who does this thing, sows discord, lacks sense. Because the person who sows discord will sleep with another man's wife. Why? This is how he sowed discord. I will take from my brother, coveting, right? I will take from my neighbor that which is his because I have haughty eyes. I feel like it belongs to me. I deserve it. See? See? So the thing the most I hate, the haughty eyes, this lacking sense. Understand? So now when you see that, this is lacking sense. Lack sense, commit all the sins. He's a fool, he's a everything. So when you see the other things that lack sense, know that adultery not far behind. Know that the strange woman and the foreign woman not far. See? Lack sense. Okay? So the one that lacks sense is going to commit all the sins of someone who's lacking in sense. So lack sense is a person, and if you commit these deeds, you lack in sense.
Mm.
And
whoever seeks to destroy his own soul does so.
whoever seeks to destroy his own soul does so. Meaning that the person that wants to commit this act, stealing someone's girl, talking to someone's girl on the side, another man's woman, he does so. Nobody stop him. Why? We need to get rid of the evil. When he's done, we get rid of both of them and let them die. Okay? Put them out. See? No food, no shelter, no nothing. Out. Okay? Later on, when we have much land, we put you in the grave. Right? Because when the strangers come, we have to have the cemeteries for these people.
Yeah.
They only buried here temporarily while we dealing with, what the Most High said. Because then later on with Gog and Magog, all of the people who we have to bury here, the ground spit up their bodies. And then we have to get them out the land because the land don't want to accept them because they're not from here. Just another time.
Yes.
Okay? We living, they dying, no problem. Not my issue. Okay? Then we make the newborn, right? The new strangers that come in from all the places we sent them, and they come, we make them pick up the dead bones or the dead bodies of their relatives and take them with you back to your land. Like how we had to carry Joseph back out of Egypt. Do not think of this as a birth. No. These people here, that they was Russian. These are your people. Take all of these bones, take them back to your land, bury them there. The land don't accept them no more. It spit them out. They have to go. No problem. You're still, doing business. They came back to bring back their tithe. No, take you people with you. Take them back to this land. Here's a cart. We give you the cart for this free. Okay. Continue.
Afflictions and pains he will meet, and his shame will not be forgotten.
So understand this: afflictions, pain, and shame you will meet here for doing this action. I know we're going to get at least one. And it will not be forgotten. I'm not going to let you forget it because that's the instruction. It's to keep bringing it up. Write it down. There's going to be one fool. Right? Want to take a daughter in fornication. I know. There's always one. Don't do it. Does it anyway. And then figures out that the Most High don't let them remain or return. You can try. Do your best. Fight. Oh, I repent. Most High don't care nothing about your apologies after you've heard my word of instruction and gone against it. I'm telling you this because it destroys your soul. Okay? There's going to be somebody who wants to commit fornication or adultery or any of these things, and it's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you, don't do it. You have to have good conduct. You need restraint. Okay? So, like I said before, stay away from foreign women, right? Because it destroys your soul. And a thief who steals must pay back 7 times the amount. He must serve 7 times, which is 7 years. And what is stolen and the fortune of his house is lost. He have to give it up because he requires a provision to remain. Whoever takes a foreign woman, a strange woman, or another man's woman lacks sense and is unfit to lead or be in the congregation. Okay? If you guys see typos and errors in the book, feel free to edit it. Just telling you. Okay? So whoever likes doing these things, he destroys his soul, and his soul, after he committed, his soul is destroyed. Right? So you have to hear this and you can change, get free of this. Yes, you can stop and not do it when you arrive. You can cut it off now, make your way out, and just leave it. Let it be. Divorce the girl, get rid of her, let go of the kids, and stop. She's unfit. Doesn't want to come. She doesn't want to divorce her and leave. Come out. You are a husbandman because you came here to farm the land, right? And follow your father's orders. Divorce them and go. Don't try to come out here with the chick that don't want to come. Because the only thing she's going to do, I guarantee it. Well, we ain't really married. And next thing you know, adultery and out of here. And you who came and did have good conduct will be delivered from the wicked one. That's how it works. I'm just telling you what it is. Continue.
For jealousy is a cause for a man's anger, and he will not spare on the day of vengeance.
So understand this. You touch a man's wife, he will be given a day of vengeance here. You will die, and the husband will live, and that will be it. I'm just telling you right now. You will die. Okay? Because to touch a man's wife, right, is like, it is the equivalent of shedding innocent blood and preying on somebody in a field. If you was with us during the reading of the law, we already went over this.
Sure did.
Right? So you touch that man's wife, you have killed that woman and yourself.
Yep.
And the day you commit this, there'll be a day of judgment, and both of you will go immediately to the dirt. The husband now divorced, the husband now divorced, and he gonna take himself a new wife and rejoice with her when he is ready. He don't have to see you with another man. It ain't gonna hurt his feelings. Y'all gonna be buried. Buried. I want to make sure they heard me on that one.
Yes.
You understand? Okay? If I can't bury you at that time because we haven't grown and gotten enough land, nobody will see you two together. You'll be gone. No, I'm sorry. No other punishment. You'll be banished and you're going to die outside of the promised land for us to rebuild, period. There ain't no get backs. Understand? So continue.
Nor will he favor someone who gives him a gift, nor be appeased when you multiply bribes.
So you're going to, in that day, there's going to be somebody and they're going to try. No, listen, I got 100 pieces of silver, just take it. Just, you know what I'm saying? Just let us go. You know what I'm saying? And nobody's going to accept the bribe because the righteous are forbidden from it. So they're not going to accept. There's no amount of money, no amount of gold. You did this, death. And that's the end. Okay? Anybody got anything else?
Well, I would like to say, I know many of you watching, you will see me laughing and understanding. I am laughing at myself of how much of a joke I was. I used to be this strange woman, this foreign woman. I used to entangle myself with men who indulged in this. My own blood biological father was everything that was described, and I sought men that was just like him. And I cried for a very, very long time. I have no more tears to shed. So now I laugh because I am so amazed of the mercy and the grace that has been bestowed upon me that I get a second chance. I have been given new parents to help raise me to walk this thing right. So if I offend anyone for my laughter, that's your problem. This is about me. I got the mirror before me, and I see where I once was, and I see where I am now. And I am forever grateful for the mercy and the grace, because this was my life. These chapters, this was my life. And I got a second chance. So that's it, brother. That's
All right. What you got?
Well, no, I'm kidding. It's not that serious. But seriously,
Wait, we out of time. We're going to
do.
come back and close out.
Yeah. Say, we're not. We can close out.
All right, we back. We're going to close out now.
Only thing I would say is to the ones who love procrastination, who have been listening to classes, who know what they should be doing, and they sit there and they go, why do today what you could put off till tomorrow? The reminder is, what is today but yesterday's tomorrow?
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
Have a great
So
day.
get started, right? If you woke, get out of bed, you sluggard. You got stuff to do. If you woke. Right? That's what Solomon said, right? If you awake,
He did.
He
and
said
to
that.
awake is to come here and give to the work and come and do it, right? You have to get this first initial step out of the way. Okay? So if you can do so, and don't delay, because you're running out of time. Right? This is the third season of this show. Right? And this show is not even a show because it's not nothing entertaining about it. You see what I'm saying? I'm actually telling you the decrees of the law, and you are under its judgment if you are of my people. If you don't do it, you're going to receive the punishment I'm telling you. And I don't have to lift a shovel, a sword or nothing. I'm going to show you because I said it, and it's going to be. I sit here and relax. You the one, oh, the Most High gonna come save us. You'll see. You talking about El Shaddai? El Shadi? Oh, no problem. No problem. He's on the way with his sword. I don't know what kind of salvation you getting hand in hand with the wicked. You're not going to survive. Okay? He told Lot, move. I'm about to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. If you stay here, you die too. So this is the place to flee to. Either you come or you don't. I'm just telling you, it is what it is. You can accept it or reject it. Nothing will change. This has been a long class, right?
But well worth it.
Good. Y'all get to kind of see my lawful stamina because I can still keep going, but I only want to do 2 chapters, right? So tomorrow, chapters 7 and 8. We did 5 and 6 today. All right?
I'm sorry, but there's some fool that's sitting there. Well, you know what? I'll just come to Jordan, and buy my own land, and
You can't.
No.
You're not going to get it.
No.
Right? You're not going to get it. I'm going to tell you, you buy an apartment, you buy something, and then it's going to wear right on out. You're going to get kicked right on out. It's going to be a problem. These people are going to hate you. You don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to do it. I'm promised.
Yeah, because they'll try every other way than the way
It's
that is
written.
written.
Oh, I could do the same thing. I could dress like him and talk like him and teach like. No, you can't.
No.
I promise. I've seen many try. I always, my wife, ask my wife. My wife was with me. I always, all I got to do is, well, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Where they going? They putting them out the city.
Many a time.
What happened? He don't understand birthright.
Mm-hmm. An appointment and anointment.
He doesn't understand an appointment.
No, because each and every one of them thought it was somebody else.
Wow.
Well, why can't it be me? Go try it. When you get put out and banished, you know. Well, that's why it's not you.
All right, then we'll just be like Abraham Lot.
Lot had a hard time. Lot struggled. The covenant was with Abraham. It wasn't with Lot. So once they separated, Lot was doomed.
Yeah. I tell you. Wow. I tell you. Believe me. We live this. We live this. We live it.
We'll be like Abraham and Lot. Okay. Go over there to Sodom and Gomorrah.
No, but they think they're Abraham, though. That part.
All right.
My goodness.
Go right on over there. I'm going to tell you right now. It won't bode well for you.
My goodness.
I'm just telling you the truth. I'm not here to lie, right? I'm sitting here and I'm doing the work and I'm showing you every day, year to year, and I have not repeated myself. Neither have I minced words or mixed words. You can check all 500, 600 videos I put up. You can skip the music part, just the teaching videos. I have not changed. I've not mixed anything. I've only gotten so strong now.
I mean, you both live this.
Mm-hmm.
You both live this from day to day. You walk the commands. Shaker, she walks the law. I mean, you live this. I see it. I see from when y'all first came here to now. And it's like, I feel like a little kid in a candy store. Just observing and watching, and you buy me a piece of candy here and there. Say, okay, here, you've been good. Here, eat this,
Enjoy.
You
Right.
live this. This is reality. I live the delusion. I was in the imagination. I was in the belief. And, I hope one day maybe this would change, that would change it.
Well, you just got to tell yourself and believe. No. There's stuff you're supposed to be doing. You're not going to get out of your situation not doing it.
Dude, I was the hypocrite. This was me. Just a few months ago, just last year and the year before.
That's how it goes.
Whew, my goodness.
You live and you learn. Now you're living and you're learning. So here we go.
My goodness.
All right. One step at a time, one day at a time. I know this is a long video, so I know y'all got a lot to chew on and digest. I know your attention span is a little, right? I'm talking a lot, reading a lot, and explaining a lot. Oh, so much. Oh, my notepad. Oh, my pen. This is why I pay. I want y'all to understand. I pay monthly for this to be on the podcast, right? So you can go to any podcast radio and go to House of Instruction and listen to it repeatedly on Spotify, on anything, right? I pay to have this broadcasted so that you can listen to it on repeat and in the car and whenever, so that you can get the information in you, right? You get the information, you start to acknowledge the information, and then you could take the simple steps to begin. Give and come. Come and work. See how they attached. Give and come and work, right? 2 feet, each one takes 1 step. Give, 1 step, 1 foot, and come. The other step, the other foot. Come, 1 step, 1 foot, and work. The other step, the other foot. Okay? Here and 1 step, do the other step. So come and work. Work and hear and do. 1 step at a time, 1 day at a time. Yeah, I'm enjoying these rain clouds. You know, it's really good out here.
Come on, Ants.